Chapter 1176. The black mass of motherships advanced through the cold universe, passing through the long ancient starry sky path. Finally, they neared their destination. The enormous steel forest flickered with eerie luster. "I'm close, I'm back." Yi Fan was very excited. He had never thought that he would return in such a way, sitting on a metal battleship. He had left the starry sky for 2 years. It wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. He wondered how his old friends were doing. Had the path of immortalization opened? How many sages from the outer realms had come? Had there been a great change in this world? Everything was unknown, waiting for him to return to explore and understand. Starlight flickered. Ice-cold metal fleets streaked across the sky, directly entering this star domain, arriving at the destination of the expedition. The Big Dipper star domain possessed a majestic life force. It had already seeped into the starry sky from far away. "It's here, it's this great star." That's right, it's really a mysterious ancient star with life. It's only bigger than our eternal Lord Star. Creation is truly miraculous to have created such a source of life. From now on, this place will shine with eternal radiance. It will be a divine land for our resurgence. At this time, even the great nobles couldn't hold it in anymore. They were incomparably excited, and their eyes were piercing. These natives are too useless. They guard a gold mine but don't know how to mine it. The spiritual chi here is abundant, but they only know how to cultivate. They don't know how to develop in an all-round way. We'll lead them. Based on their intuition, they guessed that this was an extremely ancient source of life. There must be secrets from the primal chaos era. Divine ores and immortal medicines definitely existed. Many people laughed loudly. After crossing the Sea of Stars for half a year, they had finally reached the end. This trip would definitely not be in vain. I hope the native bloodlines here are stronger. When the time comes, we can make use of them. We'll need them to mine divine ores, and the power of their bloodlines will help us cultivate. The experts of various races were all excited. All of them were rubbing their palms, ready to go all out and become interstellar heroes. A cold smile hung on Yi Fan's lips. Did these people really treat this place as a treasure trove of resources? Did they think they could kill and plunder as they pleased? The fleet that flickered with a cold metallic luster was densely packed, giving off an oppressive feeling. They arrived above the ancient star and came into contact with this huge star. As soon as they arrived, the distance between the 12 great royal clans automatically widened. They were all on guard against each other, afraid that someone would secretly attack their own people in order to fight for the godly medicine. Lightning flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. The Big Dipper was a little different. The aura of the Great Path was chaotic, dark, and unpredictable, as if it was covered by a large curtain. That's strange. Could it be that the path to immortality has really opened? Why does it feel so profound and unfathomable? I can't deduce anything? At this time, the saints that came with them walked out of the cabin one after another. They looked at the magnificent stars below and couldn't help but frown. They couldn't see through this place. There is no need to doubt that this is an ancient treasure ground. There is a layer of mysterious aura around it, so we cannot be careless. It's best to be careful. A saint reminded. His heart was a bit uncertain. What can there be here? It's just a group of natives that only care about the physical body. This place will become our treasure trove of resources. According to the memories of the demon god's Sea of Consciousness, there are a few saints on this ancient star. However, with so many saints accompanying them, with so many motherships and Saint King armors here, it's enough to flatten them. A few kings didn't seem to mind and were full of confidence. They treated this place as their own territory and wanted to immediately divide it up. Of course, the Violet Cloud King family, Zhao family, and many other kings were still quite cautious. Seeing was believing, so they immediately sent out scouting ships to find out the truth. Something's wrong. This great star is very strange. I can't see through it. A saint spoke. His gaze was like lightning. He personally oversaw a mothership and stared at the large screen. He couldn't carry out an all-round scan, so in the end he sent out a powerful divine sense. "Wu, there's an exceptional ancient formation protecting this great star. It's carrying out a defense. Everyone was stupefied and revealed astonished expressions. Only a star that had produced ancient gods would have this kind of characteristic, having magical patterns automatically protecting it. That's right, back then, there was a Wan Qing who most likely touched upon that domain. There's also that Wuxia. They quickly thought of Wan Qing and Wuxia. They felt that the appearance of such ancient formation patterns was pardonable. Otherwise, it would be wrong. The scouting ship is in the midst of a spatial jump and will head towards the undying mountain range. Everyone, please wait patiently, a king from the Zhao family said. Not long after, the signal was transmitted and a clear image was projected on the large screen. The cultivators of the Eternal Lord Star were under attack. What is this? Is this a treasure that fell from the outer realms? Could it be a saint weapon? This might be a weapon that fell from the War of Gods in the outer realms. Quickly chase after it, it might be a great fortune. A group of cultivators from the Dragon Transformation's secret realm chased after it. After that, several Immortal Foundation experts were attracted over. They chased after the scouting ship, wanting to capture it. In the various motherships, all the cultivators who saw this scene were stunned. After that, they couldn't help but laugh uproariously, tears almost flowing out of their eyes. A bunch of country bumpkins. How pitiful. They don't even know what a scouting ship is, thinking that it's a divine weapon. These are the so-called ascetics. It sounds nice to say that they're digging up treasures from the human body, but in the end, they don't even know anything. If we send a saint-grade mothership down, it's enough to sweep through their region. The 12 king and marquis were completely at ease. Many experts let out a long sigh and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Such a group of ascetics was nothing. Swoosh. The scouting ship performed a spatial jump and disappeared from that region. This caused the group of natives to be dumbfounded. They lost their target and all of them retreated resentfully. In the outer realms, the 12 king clans were even more at ease. Their countenances were incomparably light. Such natives posed no threat at all. This is only a small area. Don't be impatient. It's best for us to investigate carefully. We can't let our guard down. Being at ease was one thing, being reckless was another. After all, this was an expedition of incomparable importance. No one would be truly impulsive and take risks. The scouting ship approached Undying Mountain and captured a clear scene in the sky outside. Oh, this is truly a majestic black mountain. It's all the emperors of the mountain. They couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That boundless and majestic aura assaulted their faces, making every single one of them palpitate uncontrollably. Wait a moment, what is that? The scouting ship hadn't entered Undying Mountain yet, but it already captured a scene from far away. They saw a strange scene. It's just a turtle that can fly. What's there to make such a fuss about? After the scene froze, a king mocked and said to another person. Another king suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Something's wrong. This is a black tortoise." Oh no, this is actually an ancient medicine. Can actually choose its own resting place and fly through the sky. What this is? At this moment, even the saints were startled. They stared at the frozen scene and carefully observed it. This was a tortoise with a dragon head. It could also be called a black tortoise, but it had roots. It flew through the sky with an undying mountain and scattered down sparkling radiance. Not to mention the many kings, even the native Yi Fan was stupefied. He widened his eyes. After so many years, he saw this stalk of undying medicine again, black tortoise, also known as the 10,000-year medicine. Back then, when he, little girl, Pang Bo, and Li Heishui mistakenly entered Undying Mountain, they had seen this stalk of divine medicine. At that time, it was so shocked that it flew through the sky. This is a wondrous ancient medicine. It's a great natural opportunity. We have obtained the care of the heavens, and we will obtain an astonishing harvest here. A king swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "I believe this should be the ancient legendary, immortal medicine. It can be refined into a 9 revolutions immortal pill by deities, and it can also be refined into a perfect 9th layer evolutionary liquid by us." Their voices were all trembling. They never thought that there would be such abundant resources. The value was so shocking that they almost fainted. According to the demonic god Sea of Consciousness, there are many other places like this immortal earth, and their value is the same. Could it be that there are similar immortal goods? The group of people's breathing became hurried. All of this was too shocking. For them, the ninth layer evolutionary liquid was the world's greatest temptation. All of their eyes became red. Damn it, the Chow family took action first, rushing towards the great earth below. The Lan Tuo clan didn't keep their promise either, descending first. The 4 motherships moved together, rushing towards the northern region together. The 12 great clans were originally separated, each guarding an area and taking precautions against each other. Now that they saw the 2 clans move, rushing towards their respective targets, none of them could remain calm. They were all scared that the good things would be taken by others first. The enormous battleships set sail, forming a black expanse. Another 4 clans moved, rushing towards the source of life below. Then, no one cared about anything else. The clans moved separately, rushing into their own target regions. The scouting ship that transmitted back images entered Undying Mountain and suddenly shattered, losing contact with them. How did it get destroyed? It seems to have been pierced through by an inexplicably powerful native. Oh, this ancient star is said to have several saints, and they all live in important places. We have to be careful. It's no matter. If a saint really appears, our sage and ancient Saint War Soldier King are vegetarians, so many motherships are enough to obliterate him in an instant. Many people on the motherships entered the ancient star with longing and beautiful hope, rushing towards the Origin Ancient Mine, Undying Mountain, Fire Qilin Cave, Nest of 10,000 Dragons, and other places. Yi Fan also finally moved. The Rising Sun royal family only had 1 mothership left, and the saints had fallen. The remaining hundreds of battleships were no threat to him. He wanted to seize this mothership, and even more so, he wanted to get his hands on the evolutionary liquid. Calling dead dog. Yi Fan had long been familiar with how to use the battleship. He tried to get in touch with the people of the Heavenly Village in his own battleship. 2 years ago, he seized a holy ship outside Undying Mountain. Even though it didn't have the divine will inside and couldn't jump through space, all other functions were still there. He left it to the Black Emperor. Damn, it's really a hallucination. Why do I hear a bastard calling me? There was an entrance between the Heavenly Village and the outside world, and the Black Emperor's ship was right there. At this moment, it was a bit suspicious. A little baldy stuck his head out and looked around, holding a small wine jar. He burped and said, "I heard it too. It seems to be Master's voice." "That's right, it's me. It's not a hallucination. I'm back." "Ah, Master." The little baldy sat on the ground and rubbed his big eyes. He stared at the big screen and said, "Master, the Black Emperor forced me to drink. I didn't want to drink. I missed you." "Damn, you're stealing wine again. What does it have to do with me?" The Black Emperor almost swallowed him in one gulp. Then he stared at Yi Fan in disbelief and said, "Brat, why did you come back? Don't talk about anything else first. I have something important to inform you guys. This time, we have a big operation. We will loot a large number of motherships, all of them are saint level." Yi Fan quickly passed on the message. The 12 royal families all had evolutionary liquid and motherships, so it was worth taking action. Ah, robbing wild aliens. The little baldy was the first to get excited. Chapter 1177. I have something important to report to the Marquis. After scanning and interrogating, Yi Fan finally boarded the mothership of the Rising Sun clan. The people here were all direct descendants of the clan. Under normal circumstances, mercenaries were not allowed to disembark. The Lapis Lazuli was a magnificent ship with a length of 4,500 meters. It was a rare saint-level treasure ship with peerless combat power. Unfortunately, there was no saint to oversee it. Letting Yi Fan disembark could only be said to be a disaster. In today's world, who under the saint could subdue him? What's the matter? An expert of the Rising Sun clan asked with a trace of contempt in his eyes. They did not value mercenaries and temporarily recruited cultivators. They were originally used as cannon fodder. But now, this planet did not seem to be dangerous. There were resources everywhere, so these people did not seem so important. On the contrary, it might bring too much consumption. I've come to take over this ship. Yi Fan smiled. What? How dare you, a lowly mercenary, dare to say such words? The expert of the Rising Sun City royal family stood up. Yi Fan pointed his finger, and a flower of blood appeared between the eyebrows of this person. He died on the spot. His expression was frozen on his face as he fell straight down. What? There was chaos in the cabin. The people next to them all jumped up and their expressions changed. Such a thing had actually happened. It was unexpected. Who are you? Why did you betray your employer? A middle-aged man shouted. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yi Fan, and I come from this ancient planet. In your eyes, I'm a native, Yi Fan said. It's you, the ascetic who challenged the Chao family and caused the heavens to be disgraced. You actually came from here. Everyone was surprised. Quick, spread the warning throughout the fleet. A big shot shouted in exasperation. He was incomparably furious. The others also had a bad premonition and all retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan's combat power was so strong that there was no saint to stop him. In a flash, his divine technique was profound, and the vision of his saint body was displayed. Everyone was swept away and lost the ability to move. It's useless. One of my Daoist bodies has gone to the main control room and cut off the connection between this ship and the outside world. They are completely isolated. Yi Fan's voice was cold and ruthless. The mothership was very terrifying. When attacking from the outside, it was comparable to an ancient sage attacking. However, once Yi Fan entered, everything became ineffective against him. In the main control room, Yi Fan's Daoist body flashed with the five-colored divine light, directly smashing more than a dozen experts and knocking out the marquises of the Rising Sun clan who came after hearing the news. He quickly isolated the area and sealed off all the important areas to prevent the people of this race from doing something desperate and self-destructing. Things happened too suddenly. The people of the Rising Sun clan were completely dumbfounded. The mothership had changed owners. This was incomparably illusory and hard to accept. Yi Fan's Daoist body entered the main control room, while his real body swept away the experts in the huge mothership like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. No one could stop him wherever he went. An hour later, he had complete control of the mothership. Some of the leaders of the Rising Sun clan had died. The rest had become captives and were locked in a closed cabin door. They were full of unwillingness and incomparably depressed. This was like a myth. One person had captured one of their motherships so quickly. They were completely defeated and had no power to fight back. Yi Fan found the evolutionary fluid immediately. After opening the cork, essence overflowed. He sniffed it and immediately confirmed that it was beyond the third stage. They said it's not as good as the fourth stage evolutionary fluid and needs to be nourished and refined. So, I'll keep it for now. Yi Fan didn't kill the captives because they were of great use. They knew how to control the war tools of the ancient sages, such as motherships and battleships, which could be handed over to the Heaven Village. Then he controlled the Marquis and sent his divine thoughts into the Marquis's forehead. He issued one order after another, mobilizing hundreds of warships around the mothership. He told the fleet to enter the North region but not to act rashly. Then he drove the mothership himself and jumped through space, directly arriving at the Heaven Village. The big black dog was very shocked, and his eyes glowed green. After seeing the spaceship 2 years ago, he already knew its value. He drooled and said, my mothership is here." The little bald ran over and complained, "Master, when you were not here, the Black Emperor and Elder Duanda urged me to drink and plunder other people's treasures. I didn't do it willingly. I miss you." I didn't think we would meet again one day, and so soon." Li Tian appeared. He was as elegant as before, and his evil aura didn't diminish. "Your third disciple wasn't taught bad by others. He's just naughty by nature." Yen Ishi's clothes were as white as snow, and she became even more elegant. "Waha, I didn't think I could catch aliens one day. This is great. Longma, who wished for the world to be in chaos, appeared. He was extremely fast and shot over like a scarlet cloud. His mane was like flames, and the scales on his sturdy body were dazzling. The Heaven Village was completely alarmed. Many people appeared and looked at the huge mothership. Everyone was very surprised. Especially when they saw Yi Fan, they were even more stunned. No one thought they could see him again. Those who set foot on the ancient path of the starry sky, the path of the strongest trial, since ancient times, not many people could return calmly. Even if they survived, it would be many years later. But now, only 2 years had passed, and Yi Fan appeared alive and well. Moreover, he kidnapped such a huge ship. It really made people speechless. I say, brat, did you actually set foot on the path of the starry sky? Why did you come back so soon? Don't tell me you became a deserter? Old Saber Hancho, the grandson of the killing Saint Chi Luo, said. The others laughed when they heard this. Divine child. Little Kay also appeared. She happily waved at them. A large group of people surrounded him. Even the killing Saint Chi Luo came. After not seeing him for 2 years, he had become even more aloof. He didn't have a trace of an assassin's temperament anymore. He was more like a philosopher with a transcendent temperament. This doesn't make sense. Why did you come back so quickly? I heard from the old saint of the extraordinary warrior manner that it would be very difficult to find the way back after leaving. The starry sky coordinates here aren't clear, so you can only slowly find your way back after becoming strong enough. The killing saint was doubtful. I missed everyone midway, so I took a small business trip. Today, I specially came back to see you guys and bring you a great gift. Yi Fan said with a smile. The group of people were speechless. Since ancient times, this was the first time someone came back midway after setting foot on the path of the starry sky. This could also be considered heaven-defying. I already sent people into the realm gate to deliver the news. Sacred Prince, Savage, GZ, Yao Yuekong, and the others will hurry over soon. The Black Emperor said. His eyes were very bright. He already knew that this time, he was going to do something big. Longma's eyes rolled back. He walked a large circle around the mothership, knocking here and there. After discovering that it was a divine artifact, he immediately became excited and shouted that he was going to loot it to the end. Yi Fan told everyone why he came back. Then, he asked the heavenly village to hurry up and take action. First, they had to detain all of the captives. They would be of great use in the future. The Black Emperor was the most excited and said, "That's right, this emperor still has many things that I haven't figured out. This time, I will become the overlord under the starry sky. After breaking through their star gate, I will most likely be able to comprehend the great ancient emperor's 5-colored altar." Master. Yi Tong was the first to return. His eyes were filled with tears. He thought that it would be difficult for them to meet again in this life. He didn't expect to reunite so quickly. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. He discovered that after not seeing him for 2 years, his eldest disciple's heroic bearing was flourishing. His strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was about to sever the Tao. He was about to take that crucial step. Then Li Heishui came. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huairan also arrived. They were all deeply moved to be able to meet again. A monkey covered in resplendent golden fur appeared. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. He was like a deity that had come into being. Everyone could feel how powerful and terrifying the potential within his body was. Sacred Prince's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. During these 2 years, he made a trip to Mount Meru. After returning, he went into seclusion and obtained an extraordinary Dao fruit. His cultivation advanced greatly. However, when he saw Yi Fan again, he first laughed loudly. Then, he became astonished and said, "Sever the 8th layer of the Dao." "So fast?" Yi Fan laughed and said, "In a while, we will deal with those motherships and seize the evolution liquid. Our cultivation will at least increase by a level, maybe even a few levels." He explained the cause and effect, making everyone nod their heads. Their eyes shone with divine light and they were incomparably excited. The Black Emperor hooted and said, "There is actually such a great use. How about this? This emperor will study the Stargate and will definitely break it soon. When that time comes, we will head straight to the Eternal Lord Star and rob them for a long time. Longmo was also full of ambition and said, "Heh, I want to step into the starry skies and enter the Eternal Lord Star. I will call that Tomb Raider and have him dig up graves there." Me do. The little Baldy raised his little hand and jumped up as if he was afraid of leaving him behind. The group of scourges had just heard some news and were already planning to attack the Eternal Lord Star. "Be careful, there is an organization called God over there, and there are many strange things about them. They are very terrifying," Yi Fan said, telling them to calm down first. The most important thing right now was to hurry up and take action. Otherwise, he was afraid that the group of people might really attack the 7 great restricted regions. "Let's go and capture wild extraterrestrials alive." The group laughed loudly and boarded the mothership at the same time. If the people of the Eternal Lord Star heard this, their noses would definitely turn crooked from anger. They were actually being treated as prey. For safety's sake, Killing Saint also went on his way. That was because those motherships were all Saint grade and had Saints holding the line. There were also some powerful war tools. At this moment, the flames of war were burning everywhere. The Lantua race really headed straight for the Origin ancient mine. A giant mothership led dozens of battleships outside the restricted region. They immediately sensed that something was wrong. "That's not right. There is a terrifying strange power here that is suppressing the various instruments within the spaceship. This place is barren with no signs of life at all. It should be an ownerless land. The few ancient saints shouldn't be here." In the end, dozens of battleships flew in to scout the way. They wanted to get to the bottom of it because the absolute beginning life stone was more precious than their lives to them. Rumble. However, something shocking happened. All the battleships that entered the restricted region lost control. They all plunged into the ground and broke apart inch by inch. On another battlefield, the vast sea race of the Eternal Lord Star had obtained great rewards. They passed by an ancient race gathering place and attacked, cutting off their main mountain peak and stealing large amounts of resources. Not all ancient races had ancestral kings. The races in this region weren't very strong and were suppressed to the point where they couldn't retaliate. These natives really can't do it. "Let's go to the Fire Qilin cave and see what we can get from that divine land." The king nodded and said, "The Lantua race is charging towards the Origin ancient mine. The Chao family and Mo family of the original Demon Sea are rushing towards Undying Mountain. We need to hurry and not fall behind." Chapter 1178. For some of the ancient races, today was an unforeseen event. It was the first time in many years that they had encountered an inexplicable attack. The sea race headed north. Following the imprint in Nan Yao's Sea of Consciousness, they found several ancient race residences and went on a rampage. Their battleships were densely packed as they broke through the holy lands of some races. They can't even withstand a single blow. They attacked for resources, taking away some of the ancient race's medicinal fields and some divine ores from the treasury. Naturally, this led to a fierce confrontation. They were only a small race and weren't a match for them. Without an ancestral king, they had no power to fight back. They simply couldn't resist the saint-level mothership and the powerful mechas. The sea race was very excited. These races weren't strong and didn't have saints overseeing them. However, their treasury was rich, which made them even more certain that there would be a shocking immortal-grade item in the Fire Qilin cave ahead. It's a piece of 7th Tribulation Earth essence. It's buried in their hands. This is one of the divine auxiliary ores used to refine the evolution liquid. It can be called a peerless item. The sea race was invincible. Their mothership covered the sky and pushed forward in a carpet fashion. They encountered fierce resistance when they arrived at the Blue Demon Abyss. Even 8 of their battleships were destroyed. What? Such heavy losses? There are 7 or 8 half-saints fighting back. Deploy the ancient Saint Mechas and flatten this abyss. The sea race's noble's expression was cold. This was the first time they had been obstructed since coming to the Big Dipper star region. 8 battleships had been sunk, which meant that hundreds of people had died. This was a huge blow to them. With a glaring light, two ancient saint war tools descended from the sky. One of them was a 9-meter-tall mecha. One held a spear flowing with scarlet mist, while the other held a dragon saber as black as demonic light. They started a massacre at the same time. Screams rang out in the blue demon abyss. Many ancient race members were killed. Blood surged and turned the place into a river of blood. This was the first time the sea race had attacked. Although they had plundered several important places of the ancient races, they hadn't started a massacre like this. Now, they bared their sharp fangs and took revenge for their clansmen. Aboriginals who only know barbarian arts want to compete with the high-level races of the vast star region? Today, we'll beat you until you feel the pain. Hand over all the ancient saint artifacts. Otherwise, blood and bones will fill the abyss. The sea race's noble said coldly. Pooh! A streak of crimson light flashed as he entered the third Empyrean sacred mecha. With a platinum holy sword in hand, he sliced off the head of a half-sage with his own hands, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The Blue Demon clan was not weak. It was known as one of the 10 great ferocious clans. The clan originally had a saint overseeing it, and its illustrious reputation spread far and wide. However, 2 years ago, they had bullied the human clan and challenged the authority of the saints. They had even wanted to kill Yi Fan and destroy the Qixia residents. They had wanted to provoke Gai Juyo to kill the saints of the human clan. During that calamity, one of the clan's ancestors managed to escape the calamity. Afterwards, he didn't dare to return to the clan, which was why today, this fierce clan was unable to resist. The secret map provided by the Southern Demon was targeted. For example, the Blue Demon race and the Demon race were fierce races that were filled with hostility and threat to the current world. They were a small source of chaos. 2 years ago, the Blue Demon clan was still insufferably arrogant and wanted to start a massacre against the human clan. Ever since Gai Juyo killed their ancestral king, they had suffered a disastrous decline. Now they had fallen to such a state and were being attacked instead. Below the Blue Demon abyss, screams rose and fell as corpses fell one after another. The fierce clans that used to be very powerful in the past were being defeated again and again today. A total of 7 Empyrean sacred war machines entered the underground world and were invincible. Everyone's metal body was stained with blood and broken bones as they mercilessly reaped lives. Boom! Suddenly, an Empyrean sacred mecha emitted a dazzling light. Cracks appeared on its surface and then it exploded. What's going on? The Marquis of the Sea clan was shocked and returned to the mothership. Fearing that an accident might occur, he scanned the entire area with the mothership and deduced. The ancient formation is extremely powerful. The only thing that made him feel lucky was that this formation was broken and not complete. That Empyrean sacred mecha had mistakenly entered the intact formation pattern and was killed. This was the Great Sage's formation. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed by Gai Juyo that day. Otherwise, the people of the Eternal Lord planet might not have been able to take advantage of it today. Oh, there's an ancient city in the underground world. Open up their treasury for me. On this day, the Blue Demon clan encountered a great calamity. Their corpses were everywhere and they were almost exterminated. They suffered heavy losses and some of them killed a bloody path to escape. Unbelievable! This group of natives has a rich collection. The things piled up in their treasury are comparable to a divine ancient mine. The Sea clan was shocked. When they opened the treasury, they were dazzled by the bright light and petrified. After a long time, there was a hubbub of voices. Go all the way north and all these will belong to us. The Sea clan went crazy. For motherships and hundreds of battleships swept through all obstacles and pushed forward. It had to be said that they were very lucky. The route they took was the former habitat of the 10 great vicious clans. Although these clans were very fierce, some of them were not royal clans. The most important thing was that 2 years ago, Gai Juyo personally took action and killed their ancient king. Now, they had no saint-level battle strength. The Sea clan swept through everything and advanced. In the end, they even split up and attacked. The 4 motherships moved side by side and swept through the Blood Moon race, Electric Violet race, and Green Ghoul race. Unfortunately, The former vicious clans were now being attacked by a group of ancient saint-level mechas and motherships. They were utterly defeated, their blood dyed the ancestral ground red and their corpses piled up into mountains. This was simply a reincarnation. In the past, they were high and mighty, but now, after losing their ancient king, they became weak races that were bullied and slaughtered. The Sea clan was full of satisfaction because their harvest was too abundant. The treasuries of the 10 great vicious clans were filled with rare minerals and many of them were legendary treasures. The ancestral items of these natives are too rare. It seems that we don't need to dig them up. Just opening their treasury will give us a pleasant surprise. After defeating several races, their confidence soared. They believed that the natives' combat strength was low and nothing to fear. Next, they didn't know whether to say that they were lucky or unlucky. The 4 motherships worked together and didn't attack the next ancient race. As a result, they avoided a true archaic king race. There were several ancient kings overseeing this place. They directly opened up a battlefield and jumped through space. They arrived at the mountain range where the Fire Qilin cave was and rushed into the emperor race's territory. This was a majestic ancient peak. Old medicines were everywhere, and immortal vines grew between the cliffs and stone peaks. There were also many strange birds and auspicious beasts. Immortal energy lingered about this place, making it seem like an immortal domain. This was especially the case at the center. Even though the mountain peak there was barren and flowing with fiery light, it was like the cave of a deity. Multicolored light shone in tens of thousands of auspicious colors. Ancient caves were everywhere. In particular, there was an immortal cave at the very center. Divine light surged and turned into fiery light, illuminating the heavens in a mysterious manner. Dao patterns flowed out strand after strand like water ripples. This really is a divine land. The Sea clan was shocked. They had a premonition that there were peerless treasures buried here. If they could take it down, they would most likely obtain an unimaginable harvest. Something's wrong. Don't act blindly without thinking. Within a mothership, the Sea clan's ancient saint suddenly opened his eyes. Ever since he entered the northern region, he had always been seated, not taking action or speaking. However, at this time, he was roused awake. It was because at this moment, he felt a wave of terrifying Dao aura that made his entire body shiver. When he opened his heavenly eyes and gazed into the distance, his face immediately became snow white. How could it be like this? This ancient star has this type of existence. A deity was born here, and now, there is his undying aura. The Sea clan's saint's face was devoid of all color. He was terrified. Those who truly understood this place would all be like this. This wasn't something they could contend against at all. It was because unmatched great Dao symbols flickered vaguely. You absolutely cannot take action. However, when he woke up and spoke, it was already too late. The warships up ahead had already taken action, long flying towards the Fire Qilin Immortal Cave. Who dares barge into my Fire Qilin Immortal Cave? A shout sounded from within the mountain range. Several dozen people rushed into the sky, blocking their path. Chi! For ancient sacred mechas took action at the same time. The blood-colored spears in their hands, as well as the black dragon blades that were dyed in blood, hacked through the several dozen experts in front of them. How daring! The guards of the Fire Qilin Immortal Cave were shocked. Since ancient times, not a single person had dared to offend their dignity. This was the first time someone had come knocking on their door. Outside the mountain gate, more than 50 figures rushed into the sky in succession. Among them were 3 half-saints. Despite their powerful cultivation, they were only here to protect the gate. Within one of the ancient sacred war tools, the experts of the Sea clan had a sinister smile on their faces. They had already adapted to this kind of battle and directly rushed over. A streak of bloody light flashed past. A half-saint from the Fire Qilin Immortal Cave was hacked apart and died a violent death. He couldn't block their path. Kill! The other 3 ancient sacred war tools also displayed their might. They wielded sacred swords, bloody spears, and other weapons. They all unleashed their great Dao saint might and rushed over, slaughtering the other 2 half-saints and the 50 or so people. Have you eaten the gall of a deity? Are you tired of living? A dignified and furious roar rang out in the distance. It came from within an ancient cave as several hundred people rushed out. One of the elders turned into a streak of fiery light and rushed over with great speed. He easily smashed the 4 mechas flying and then tore one of them apart, grabbing the person inside in his hands. Blood splattered as he directly crushed the expert of the Sea clan. Retreat! The saint of the Sea clan shouted with an ugly expression. Not good. One of the half-saints among the captives said that this ancient star not only has an ancient saint, but also a great sage. There might even be a living quasi-emperor. Someone reported to the nobles of the Sea clan from within a mothership. What? Set sail immediately and use a spatial jump to leave this place. At this moment, they sensed the aura rushing out of the fire Qilin immortal cave. They knew that things were not good. A peerless existence was reviving. Boom. Everything was too late. Within this ancient mountain range, all kinds of great Dao runes flickered. They were densely packed and covered the entire sky. It was impossible to build a stargate. Especially at the center, the ancient caves were spewing out multicolored light as if a giant was reviving. The fire Qilin immortal cave at the center was the most mysterious. In just a short moment, over 1,000 people rushed out from each ancient cave. All of them were furious. Even in the most terrifying era of the archaic era, no one dared to bully them like this. Today, there was actually someone wantonly massacring them in front of their mountain gate. This was a type of humiliation. Ants, die for me! The old ancestor king that came out first roared in anger. He displayed his peerless divine abilities and blasted apart the other 3 ancient mechas. He crushed them to death, turning them into a pile of broken bones and blood. The Sea clan was immediately stupefied. How could they suddenly encounter such a powerful person? Charge out, leave this place! A giant roared. The fire Qilin immortal cave had the strong aura of an ancient deity. There was also a peerless divine formation that locked down the void. There was no way to use a spatial jump, so all the battleships could only fly high into the sky. Ants that don't know the difference between life and death don't even think about leaving. That old ancestor king reached out a large hand that covered the sky. Large numbers of battleships exploded as if he was killing flies. It was incomparably terrifying. Quickly retreat, I'll stop him. The saint of the Sea clan took action. He was inside an ancient and mysterious mecha. His strength immediately rose to the Saint King realm and could crush a planet. Hong! He turned into a streak of lightning and rushed over, blocking the fire Qilin cave's ancient king. He was heavily injured with a single punch, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. The fire Qilin cave's ancient king was shocked. He didn't expect this ice-cold metal warbody to be a Saint King. He quickly retreated, destroying dozens of battleships with a single slap during this process. It was unknown how many cultivators of the Sea clan died. You forced me to do this. The saint of the Sea clan attacked with all his strength. He brandished the power of a Saint King and shot out beams of divine light that drowned out the heaven and earth. He directly shattered this ancient king and turned him into bloody light. What? You killed an ancient saint of my race. The people of the fire Qilin cave were shocked. Everything happened too quickly and they didn't have time to stop it. All of their eyes turned red. They were the masters of this land, the most powerful race. When had they ever been bullied to their doorstep like this? Moreover, an ancient king had been killed. It was simply like a fantasy story. Don't let a single one go. An aged and furious roar sounded from within the ancient cave. It seemed to have come from the archaic era and shook many battleships until they directly exploded in the sky. A figure rushed over murderously and directly smashed into the Saint King's war tool, causing it to emit cracking sounds. This was a shriveled elder with Qilin flames flowing all over his body. He held a terrifying weapon in his hand. Hong! Another figure rushed into the sky. He was also extremely terrifying. When his palm descended, he actually directly smashed apart a mothership and turned it into fine powder. The fire Qilin cave was furious and sent out a peerless expert. The glorious archaic imperial family was attacked right at their doorstep like this. This was simply a joke. Now, an ancient king had actually died. The race was furious to the extreme. Only by killing all of their enemies and letting their blood flow dry could they wash away their humiliation and resentment. A mournful cry rang out. The Saint of the Sea clan didn't last long before his ancient armor was shattered by the ancient king who was going all out. Then he was almost tortured to death. His body shattered inch by inch, and his soul was extracted. Even if he wanted to die, it wouldn't be easy. He would have to endure endless torture. A mothership struggled free with difficulty and wanted to rush into the sky. However, a streak of immortal light flew out from the Fire Qilin cave and slashed it into ashes with a xiao sound. At the end of the distant horizon, Yi Fan and the others were astonished. Why was the Fire Qilin cave so angry that they even slashed out an extreme imperial weapon? Wasn't this the same as using a giant hammer to kill a mosquito? We came a step too late. The Sea clan will definitely be completely annihilated. Of all the people they could provoke, they specifically came to the Fire Qilin cave. Aren't they just courting death? The sacred prince sighed. I hope they don't discover the secret of the evolutionary fluid. Otherwise, they will come to fight with us. This is a difficult competitor to provoke, said Yi Fan. Their harvest was great. With killing Saint Qi Luo overseeing the situation, they had just successfully seized the evolutionary fluid from a noble king. It was precisely because of this that they were delayed and could only watch helplessly as the Sea clan went to their deaths. Hurry up and go to the next place. Heaven bless the overflowing Net clan. They definitely can't attack the Blood Phoenix Mountain. At this moment, Yi Fan began to pray for the people of the Eternal Lord Star. He didn't care about their life or death, but rather his heart ached for the evolutionary fluid and the mothership. The overflowing Net clan wasn't very lucky. On the way to the Blood Phoenix Mountain, they encountered a great ancient king clan. An intense battle unfolded, resulting in heavy casualties. Facing an illustrious undying king clan with an ancestral king overseeing it, they couldn't gain any advantage at all. Large amounts of mechas were destroyed. Of course, this ancient king clan also paid a high price. They were almost razed to the ground, and 2 ancestral kings died. Yi Fan and the others came just in time. They seized the most important mothership and successfully obtained the evolutionary fluid. They then disappeared into the horizon. I've received news that 2 great clans have gathered in Undying Mountain. Let's hurry over. I hope we can make it in time. At this moment, the outside of Undying Mountain was very strange. The people of the Chao clan and the Origin Demon Sea were confronting each other. They weren't willing to retreat and wanted to be the first to enter the mountain. Even though the spaceships they sent out had mysteriously crashed in the Black Mountain Range, they still weren't willing to retreat. This was because they had personally seen the immortal medicine of immortality, the Black Tortoise, also known as the 10,000-year medicine, appear here. Who knew that a headless knight had already appeared in Undying Mountain. He stood at the center of the mountain region and rode an ancient beast. He was like a revived deity. Chapter 1179. The northern region was in a state of chaos. Bloody light rushed into the heavens and murderous intent covered the sun. It was a gloomy scene. The ancient races were being attacked on a large scale. This was the first time in many years. Many ancestral lands of the ancient races had become battlefields. Spaceships appeared and various beams of light pierced through the clouds. Blood splashed everywhere and corpses piled up into mountains. Bitter battles were happening everywhere. There was not just one battlefield. The Blue Demon Race, Blood Moon Race, Green Ghost Race, Cloud Mist Race, and Silver Moon Race were destroyed one after another. This shook the entire eastern wasteland. Of course, the noble ships of the Eternal Lord Star also suffered heavy losses. The Swallow Cloud Race, Blue Sea Race, Unsetting Sun Race, and Overflowing Luo Race had all paid a heavy price. What kind of power is this? Why do they dare to attack the ancient races? Why does it seem like they came from beyond the heavens? They're a civilization from outside this region. They have a different kind of divine weapon. Their battle prowess is astonishing and cannot be underestimated. A few extremely powerful ancient races were ambushed. They were flustered and left behind piles of corpses. The ancestral lands of many great races were dyed red with blood. This battle shocked the world. The situation that had been peaceful for many years was suddenly broken. Many people couldn't adapt to this and couldn't accept it. Battlefield after battlefield opened up in different places at almost the same time. It was clear that this group of people who suddenly appeared had a clear purpose. They're crazy. They're attacking the ancient races. This group of experts is shockingly courageous. Their origins must be great. Even some of the archaic king clans have suffered greatly. This is a war that will not end until one side is wiped out. They will definitely not rest until one side is destroyed. The entire world was focused on the eastern wasteland. Everyone was discussing this incomparable battle. It had almost broken the balance of the races. Smoke and flames of war covered the land and the clouds of war were dense. All the great races were on guard. Many battlefields had been opened up. The 12 great races from the Eternal Lord Star were not ordinary. The motherships and the ancient saints' war tools worked together to kill the sun and moon. Yi Fan and the others changed their path and didn't immediately rush towards Undying Mountain. They were also paying attention to the other battlefields. When they heard that the Brahmin race was about to fall, they chased after them. In the beginning, the Brahmin race had a smooth journey. They had wiped out several races. However, when they encountered the Herculean Bull Devil race, they suffered heavy losses. This was an illustrious royal race even in the archaic era. All of a sudden, several ancestral kings jumped out and defeated the Brahmin race. They could only flee. Almost all the powerhouses of this race had died in battle. Their ancient sacred meccas were destroyed, and their bodies were torn apart by an old demon bull king. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This was a fierce battle. The Brahmin race was almost completely annihilated. Even Fan Yuntong, an ancient saint with the Sage King armor, was chased by an old bull king. This is too terrifying. Motherf *Ker. Who can tell me why the natives here are so powerful? The few survivors of the Brahmin race felt a chill run down their spines as they fled for their lives. Clearly, they couldn't believe what had happened. At first, the battle went very smoothly. They swept through several races and obtained a large amount of rare resources. However, after entering the territory of the Ox Demon race, they immediately tasted the bitter taste of defeat. This group of beefy and over 3 meters tall monsters had several inches of ox hair draped over their bodies. They had a pair of large horns on their heads and possessed brute strength. They could continuously destroy their battleships. Looking at this group of barbaric bulls that were spewing white smoke from their nostrils, the experts of the Brahmin race were so regretful that their intestines turned green. This was simply a nightmare. There was simply no way to fight. Who said that this ancient planet is weak? These natives are all descendants of the demonic god. Damned Lantua race, the information they received was all *T. They sent us to our deaths. Ancient Saint Fan Yuntong led a small group of direct descendants and fled for their lives. All the motherships had been sunk, and the battleships had been turned into scrap metal. They couldn't jump through space. Behind them, 3 old bulls were as large as mountains. They stared at them with their huge eyes. A single roar could shatter mountains and rivers, and even waterfalls would flow in reverse. They chased after them for millions of miles. 2F** King terrifying. The remaining direct descendants of the Brahmin race couldn't even speak fluently. They were intimidated by the divine might of the Herculean bull race. Swish! Killing Saint attacked and directly destroyed the small world that Fan Yuntong had created. Some of the powerhouses inside fell out. Swoosh! With a flash of 5-colored divine light, Yi Fan rushed over and captured the king nobles of the race who had escaped alive. Brat, it's you? You actually came to this ancient planet? Someone shouted as he recognized him. Hey, this seed is from this place. It's time for me to play host. Yi Fan sneered. The people of the Brahmin race shouted loudly. They were so angry that their eyes were red. They knew that Yuan Zheng had suffered such a great loss because Yi Fan had planned and paid attention to him. You guys are tired of living. The sacred prince's golden hair shone brilliantly as if he was cast from gold. His battle prowess surged, and he alone could kill all the half-saints of the race. The Black Emperor advised, "Don't kill them. Capture them alive." This emperor wants to study the starry door and dismantle the motherships. Captives of this level will be of great use. The sacred prince's divine bravery was boundless. He swept his black iron cudgel across the enemies, causing them to spit out blood and fall down one after another. The 3 old ox kings chased to this place and were surprised to see the sacred prince. Then, they laughed honestly and continued to chase after the only one who had escaped, Fan Yuntong. It was obvious that Fan Yuntong wouldn't live for long. The 3 old ox kings had locked onto him, so his defeat was only a matter of time. Yi Fan's group successfully obtained the evolution fluid and rushed to the next battlefield. The north region was in chaos. The flames of war spread far and wide, and many ancient races were dragged into the battle against the motherships. There were many battlefields. It had to be said that some of the 12 royal races from the Eternal Lord planet were very powerful. For example, the Zhao race had swept through all the enemies without meeting a match. This was because they had a Saint King holding the line. He had entered a dazzling and terrifying mech and was invincible. He had already killed 2 Saint Kings. Moreover, they had a bad premonition. After stealing a large amount of resources and sweeping through the ancestral lands of some ancient royal races, they prepared to jump through space to escape this place. In this battle, blood flowed like rivers, and countless corpses fell densely. The north region was surrounded by a deathly aura. It was a terrifying scene. This really is a calamity. Where did these cultivators come from to wipe out a few ancient royal races? The entire world was gazing at the north region. Everyone was paying close attention. I heard that even the Fire Qilin cave was attacked. This is truly unprecedented. Moreover, a saint was killed. Now, the clan is furious. The people of the Fire Qilin cave were indeed furious. They took the initiative to attack, searching for spaceships and imperial weapons. People of the Fire Cloud race, are you tired of living? Of all people, why did you come to the Blood Phoenix Mountain? Yi Fan cursed. This meant that the race was going to be completely wiped out and they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. The Fire Cloud race had suffered heavy losses before because they encountered a powerful ancient royal race with a Saint King overseeing it. They suffered heavy losses and barely managed to escape this calamity. They were extremely furious and disregarded everything. They used a forbidden power to sweep through the mountains and rivers and all living things. They killed their way forward and unknowingly turned the surrounding mountain ranges of the Blood Phoenix Mountain into ashes. Moreover, several hundred patrolling experts were turned into bloody mist, all of them dead. The Blood Phoenix Mountain was an ancient royal race, so how could they swallow this? From ancient times until now, no one had ever dared to provoke them. They took action with lightning speed and turned the entire race into ashes, leaving nothing behind. When the Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain took action, the north region surged with tens of thousands of streaks of chaotic light. The 2 great royal races were furious, and it was the same as piercing through the heavens. The entire north region was like boiling water, becoming completely chaotic. The ancient races said that there were over 10,000. Even though it was an exaggeration, there were still many of them. The people from the Eternal Lord Star only stirred up a few dozen races. Now, all of the northern region's king races received the news and moved out together. This was simply a disaster. The remaining motherships and warships immediately fell into a swamp of 10,000 races. Ancient race armies appeared everywhere, making the faces of the 12 races from the other side immediately turn snow white. They were completely stupefied. Fuck, the information was wrong. This is too ridiculous. Did we come to hell? Why are there demonic god descendants everywhere? How the fuck do we fight this? Lantua bastards, the demonic gods should be killed 10,000 times. We have entered the kingdom of demons. Even if all the king races of the Eternal Lord Star descend together, we might not be able to conquer this place. I curse these demons. Within the spaceship, the experts from the Eternal Lord Star were all pale. They were all stunned. The expeditionary army continued to flee, and the spaceships were exploding. The death toll had long since become uncountable. The Zhao race had a saint king overseeing it. Originally, their battle results were plentiful, but they hesitated half a step and wanted to take over one more ancestral land. In the end, it was too late for regrets. That was because the two ancient royal races had taken action. An undying celestial light flew over and turned their saint king to ashes. Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain are stealing our business. Move quickly, don't let them deal with the two races outside Undying Mountain. Yi Fan and the others crossed the void and rushed towards Undying Mountain. They didn't dare to use the motherships now because the 10,000 ancient races were all furious. If they saw such a warship, they would all attack together. The aura of Undying Mountain was strange. Chao family and Mahist family from Origin Demon Ocean were all ashen. Dozens of warships that entered couldn't even make a bubble before exploding mysteriously. Even a mothership couldn't move even an inch after falling in. It seemed that if they wanted to escape, they would need tens to hundreds of years of deduction to find a way out. Damn it, didn't they say that this ancient star wasn't powerful? Why do I feel like we've fallen into a demon's lair? Chao family's nobles roared. Who can tell me what's going on? One of our ancient ships fell in, but why can't we send out any signals? Mahist family from Origin Demon Ocean was similarly furious. That mothership had a powerhouse from the Mahist family, a son that the ancestor saint liked very much. Now that he had fallen in, it was hard for them to accept. Attack, blast this place open. We can even destroy planets, so why should we be afraid of a mere black mountain? Mahist family's nobles gave the order. Several motherships rose into the air and aimed at Undying Mountain, releasing a blazing light. This kind of energy was enough to turn small planets into ashes, and now, it was all for the sake of breaking open the Tao patterns here. Streaks of enormous light beams that were enough to destroy everything in the world shot towards Undying Mountain. The divine might was astonishing. What shocked Mahist family and Chao family was that the Tao marks within Undying Mountain appeared and turned all of the attacks into nothingness. They were completely useless. At the same time, a headless horseman appeared at the center of the Black Mountain. He brandished an iron spear and pierced forward. This was a disaster that could collapse the heavens and collapse the earth. Large amounts of ships turned into flying ashes and exploded together. Meanwhile, several motherships were also shattered one after another, unable to take a single blow. Both races had Saint Kings present. They took action together, but they all released miserable cries as their bodies exploded one after another, turning into bloody mists. The two races suffered disastrous losses. Almost 80% of their troops were wiped out in an instant. When Yi Fan and the others rushed over, they just happened to see this scene from the distance. Their bodies all turned cold as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Of all the people they could provoke, they had to attack the life-forbidden region. This shouldn't be triggering the darkness chaos, right? Yi Fan's body went cold. Within Undying Mountain, a headless horseman slowly turned his body and just happened to face this direction. Even though he didn't have a head, there seemed to be a pair of ice-cold eyes shooting over. Chapter 1180. Black mountains were everywhere, and every one of them towered into the heavens. They were clustered together, forming the world's most terrifying danger zone, Undying Mountain. At the center of the great peaks, black mists curled in spirals. It was incomparably mysterious. Since ancient times, apart from the Void Emperor, not many people had entered. At this moment, a headless corpse was facing this direction. It made one's entire body go cold, and even their bones seemed to have been frozen. There was no need to doubt his power. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan had seen him. Back then, he had encountered him when he mistakenly entered Undying Mountain. This person protected the divine land at the center of Undying Mountain and didn't allow anyone to offend him. At the center of Undying Mountain, there were a total of 108 main peaks. The Black Mountains were like ink as they surrounded the secret land. It was incomparably terrifying. The headless knight was like a deity, making everyone's soul tremble. It was difficult to imagine his level. He actually smashed two Saint Kings into bloody mist. His mount is a stone horse. The sacred prince's golden eyes were like lightning. The headless knight wore black divine clothes that flowed with black light. It was full of texture. He was tall and valiant. He held a black golden spear in his hand and had a heaven-subduing appearance. Unfortunately, he didn't have a head. There was quite a bit of blood around his neck, as if it had just been chopped off. What he was sitting on was a tall stone horse. It shook its head and wagged its tail. It raised its head and neighed. It was terrifyingly powerful. Its large stone hooves would shatter the void every time they descended. The stone horse is a saint spirit that hasn't reached the consummate level. It's unfathomable. One can well imagine this knight's battle prowess and difficulty. What exactly was at the center of Undying Mountain for such a terrifying existence to appear? He didn't have a head, yet he was still alive. This should only be a protector and not the master of Undying Mountain. He killed 2 saint kings with a single spear. The terror of the forbidden region can be seen, said the Black Emperor in a heavy voice. GZ was ordinary and silent. He didn't say a single word. His father had once fought here and exchanged blows with an unparalleled existence. The years were merciless. The Void Emperor had long since been buried in the dark cosmos, and his corpse's whereabouts were unknown. He's coming out. He's stepping on Black Peak. He's about to come out. Dongfang Yi raised his wolf-tooth club and shouted, "Quickly retreat." Killing Saint Chi Luo's expression changed. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't fight and could only flee. The Black Emperor's formation platform had long been prepared, and this place was far enough from Undying Mountain. They had plenty of time to go far away. Let's jump through space and leave this demonic den. Chao family and Mo family's people were all alarmed, and they all cried out loudly. Just now, under the attack of that spear, less than 20% of them survived, and that was because they were far away. However, when the Headless Horseman charged over, the sky collapsed, and the battleships exploded like fireworks. They were all turned into dust by a powerful aura. What kind of monster is this? He hasn't even attacked us yet, but his aura is already unbearable. There were deaths everywhere. In the end, only the Chao family's mothership managed to escape. The other warships and the Mo family all fell, crashing here. The Headless Horseman didn't care. He didn't attack. He just released a powerful aura, which created such a terrifying scene. The surviving mothership of the Chao family didn't charge out very far before it was shaken out of the Stargate by a sharp killing intent. It wailed as it flew into the distance. The Headless Horseman didn't look too long. He stepped into the void like a flying immortal and entered a realm gate. He actually wanted to find the whereabouts of Yi Fan and the others. This emperor is uneasy. Why do I feel like a disaster is imminent? While crossing the sky, the Black Emperor's heart was pounding. I also have a premonition that a disaster is about to befall us. Yi Fan said solemnly. The Sacred Prince's expression was grave. He also had the same feeling. This kind of person's spiritual sense was the sharpest, and he could sense the arrival of a great disaster in advance. Quickly go to my Ji family, he's coming for me. He sensed the aura my father inherited from me. GZ, who was usually silent, said. Everyone's hearts tightened. They believed that this great disaster originated from Undying Mountain, and they were targeting them. In the mysterious void, they sensed the existence of the Headless Horseman. The stone horse leaped through the void and chased after him. Fortunately, the Black Emperor had grasped the ancient Emperor's formation runes. His speed was extremely fast, and he entered the southern region in the blink of an eye. In the next instant he appeared in front of the Ji family. The darkness chaos wouldn't have descended again, right? Everyone's expressions were ugly. More than 100,000 years ago, my father fought against Undying Mountain, suppressing the world. Even though he is no longer here, Ji family still has nothing to fear. GZ calmly said. Immediately afterwards, an ancient mirror flickered. It was simple and imposing, appearing out of nowhere. Primal chaos waterfalls poured down, the scene magnificent. Deity. This was the deity within the Void Emperor mirror reviving on its own. It emitted the imposing aura of an ancient emperor. At this moment, everyone in the southern region felt their hearts tremble. They couldn't help but kneel down. The great races were all shaken. The birds and beasts were all lying on the ground, wailing in grief. The Void Emperor mirror tore apart space, disappearing with a flash, crossing hundreds of millions of li as it rushed towards Undying Mountain. The unmatched might of an emperor covered heaven and earth. Even though it was moving through the void, this type of ancient emperor aura was still world-shattering. It overflowed, making many powerful races tremble in fear. What's going on? Yi Fan and the others were all stupefied. This ancient mirror revived on its own, not needing anyone to activate it. The deity within was just missing a great roar towards the heavens. It was as if the Void Emperor had reappeared. This is my father's weapon. It accompanied him in battle his entire life. It saw through the changes in Undying Mountain and fought in the Void Emperor's place. Moisture appeared in Jizi's eyes. Long. That headless horseman's reaction was fast, immediately turning the horse back, entering the Black Mountain. That stone horse that was about to become a holy spirit was trembling. It trampled through heaven and earth, laying between the 108 black peaks. The void mirror released a streak of immortal radiance, directly rushing into the center of Undying Mountain. It scattered down endless ancient radiance, making that place look extremely strange. Black mists curled upwards, making contact with that immortal radiance. There was no great explosion, no loud noise, only a type of light that seemed like ascension to immortality surged. After dying for so many years, the Void Emperors will still hasn't disappeared. According to the agreement, Undying Mountain shouldn't have appeared in the world. It can be considered that we were rash. An ancient voice that didn't carry any emotional fluctuations sounded from the most mysterious black mist. The 108 black peaks rumbled and trembled together. Within a range of 1,000,000 li, everyone felt their blood run cold. They clearly heard this divine voice, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken up. It was rumored that the Void Emperor attacked the restricted region and reached an agreement with all sides. It was actually true. After being intimidated for more than 100,000 years, its power was still there, transmitted through the ancient mirror. Immortal radiance flickered. That ancient mirror disappeared, directly appearing in G family. The radiance was restrained, becoming simple and unadorned, losing that majestic emperor energy. Void figures flickered about in the mirror, and the voice reappeared. Everything that happened just now was replayed through this ancient mirror. Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, Dongfang Yi, and the others were all shocked. Jizi's eyes were sparkling. He silently turned around, carrying the ancient mirror into the depths of the family, disappearing from sight. Not good. The Black Emperor's expression was extremely ugly, full of worry. The appointed time was definitely about to arrive. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be when the path of immortality opened. On that day, the unmatched existence of the restricted region would definitely appear. Only heaven knew what would happen. The northern region was in chaos. Even though the motherships were about to be wiped out, the consequences of this disturbance were far from settled. Where did this power come from? They actually dared to move against the ancient races. Along the way, they were as easy as breaking dry weeds, wiping out no small number of great races. It was to the extent where a few archaic royal races' ancestral lands were flattened. Yi Fan and the others re-entered the northern region because he knew that there was still a race that hadn't been wiped out yet, and that was the Lantua clan. They went to Origin Ancient Mine, and he didn't know how they were doing right now. At this moment, the Lantua clan's faces were all green. They cursed inwardly, cursing who knew how many times they had cursed the southern fiend. Wasn't this clearly a trap? This is the world of devils, and the word weak will never be related to this place. We're finished. Ever since more than 20 warships fell into the absolute beginning forbidden region and a mothership exploded inside, they already had a bad premonition and urgently rose into the air. However, a mysterious fluctuation transmitted from the depths of the forbidden region. Their ships were shattered one after another silently, terrifying to the extreme. The Lantua clan's faces turned green. They couldn't care about anything else anymore, only wishing to carry out a spatial jump and leave this blasted place. However, the stargates couldn't be constructed, so there was no way to escape. They clenched their teeth, releasing the most ferocious attacks that were enough to destroy a star domain. Dazzling radiance landed on Origin Ancient Mine, but it was completely erased. This type of divine might was enough to blast apart an entire ancient star, but it was useless here. A person walked out from Origin Ancient Mine, as if the heavenly Tao transformed into human form, hazy and terrifying. His power connected the past, present, and future, as if an immortal had been reborn. The Lantua clan was completely stupefied. That wasn't a true creature, but rather one formed from Origin Life Stone. This was what they wanted the most. Many people swallowed their saliva. That body formed from Origin Life Stone released strand after strand of immortal splendor, imprisoning all of the motherships. Even if Dao Yan was alive in the past, he might not have dared to barge into Origin Ancient Mine. A cold and emotionless voice sounded from within the divine mine. Meanwhile, that Origin Life Stone body trembled, and radiance flourished, drowning over. The Lantua clan's people were scared out of their wits. Who was inside this Origin Ancient Mines? Dao Yan was an ancient deity of the eternal main star, rumored to have obtained the Tao 1 or 2 million years ago. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to be shocked. Wherever the radiance passed, all of the motherships and ancient divine war tools turned into flying ashes, completely obliterated. Even the Lantua clan's Saint King couldn't even release a grunt before turning into an expanse of bloody light on the spot, completely evaporating without leaving anything behind. At the same time, the Violet Cloud King family's ships above the nest of 10,000 dragons were completely pulverized by the purple waves released by the 10,000 dragon bell, turning into smoke and dust. At this point, the curtains fell on the great battle. All of the motherships were destroyed, and apart from a few ancient mechas that escaped, the 12 great king clans were almost completely wiped out. However, the storm couldn't be quelled. The 10,000 ancient races were furious, and they wanted nothing more than to turn the sky upside down. They even dared to attack the far ancient imperial family. Did these people eat God's gall and want to defy the heavens? Eternity, they came from a life star called Eternity, and they dared to attack us. These ants must be tired of living. The 10,000 ancient races roared. On that day, many radical and terrifying royal clans announced that they would definitely think of a way to attack Eternity Star region, killing until rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses flowed. As for who had the greatest harvest, it was undoubtedly Yi Fan's group. In this battle, they had seized 3 undamaged motherships, 5 ancient divine mechas, and the evolution fluids of the 5 great nobles. However, the Black Emperor was very anxious and said, "It's too urgent. Once the path of immortalization opens, I think it will be the appointed time. Existences comparable to great emperors will appear. The day when the sky breaks is not far away." Chapter 1181. The war ended, but the storm continued. A life planet called Eternal became the focus of people's discussion. The ancient race was unwilling to accept this. They were attacked inexplicably and suffered many casualties. They wanted to retaliate. The strongest ancient royal races, as well as the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other lofty eternal races all captured some captives. They tortured and interrogated them, obtaining a lot of information. A nation that had given birth to gods attacked the Big Dipper star region in search of divine ores to refine the evolution fluid. This news caused a huge uproar. The noisy North region and the noisy ancient race attracted the attention of the whole world. The exploration of life planets outside the region and the great counterattack against Eternal caused heated discussions. In this war, some ancient kings of the ancient race had fallen. Their ancestral lands had been breached and looted clean. Some races had even been razed to the ground. How could they accept this? The ancient royal race was furious and wanted revenge. The whole world knew about it. The Eternal Lord Star became the focus of people's attention. Ants, the light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the moon. You killed my clansmen and destroyed my ancestral lands. This enmity is irreconcilable. An ancient king roared, shaking the whole north region. People guessed that this was the anger of someone who was infinitely close to the great sage. Yi Fan was speechless. The Eternal Lord Star regarded the natives here as uncivilized races, while the ancient kings of the Big Dipper Star region regarded them as ants. They were really not much different. The outside world was in an uproar, and it was difficult to calm down. Wow, it's so exciting! The little baldy Huahua from the heavenly village shouted excitedly. He came down from a mothership, swaying as if he was drunk. The Black Emperor stuck out his tongue, feeling a lingering fear. He stumbled out and cursed, "I just went out to test the ship, but I'm like a rat on the street. Everyone wants to beat me up. F***ck, I almost died outside." The heavenly village had seized 3 saint-level motherships. This was an astronomical amount of wealth. The big black dog, Yan Ishi, Li Heishui, and the others naturally wanted to test the waters and see the performance of this ship. They performed a few spatial jumps. However, the eyes of the ancient race outside were completely bloodshot. The moment they discovered traces of them, an army of tens of thousands rushed up into the sky. It was as though they were heavenly soldiers and generals. There were even more than 10 ancient sages chasing after them. The Black Emperor and the others were chased until they were in a sorry state. Fortunately, they were already familiar with controlling the mothership and immediately used a spatial jump. Otherwise, they would have been skinned alive. The Sacred Prince was not interested in these battleships. He stared at an ancient sage mecha and fiddled with it for a long time. After learning how to use it from the captive, his eyes lit up and he entered the mecha, wanting to spar with Chi Luo. The heavenly village was bustling with activity. A group of people were all bustling about. Even Duan eagerly ran over after receiving the news. He would definitely be there wherever there were treasures. The group of captives hung their heads dejectedly, all of them with sullen faces. Now that they had fallen into the hands of this group of people, they even had thoughts of dying. Is this the weak native that the Yao god spoke of? Stop joking. Don't you see? Even a little baldy in open crotch pants is acting so sly. He blinks his big eyes and is trying to extort a confession from a Dao executioner. What kind of people are these? Every single one of them is powerful. That barbarian with a big stick is actually arm wrestling with their race's half-saint. Motherf ***, he is actually using 2 fingers. Too arrogant. Also, that dog has a square head and big ears. Its eyes are as big as copper bells, and it is like a small mountain. It is actually piloting the saint-level mothership like a human. What kind of place is this? Even a dog is so powerful and abnormal. The most ridiculous thing was that monkey. It almost tore apart the ancient sage's war tool. Just how powerful was its physical body? Motherf ***, it is just a monkey, yet it can tear apart a saint weapon barehandedly? The group of captives' faces turned deathly pale. They inwardly felt that this place was definitely the home of the devil. Otherwise, how could the little wimp, dog, and monkey, these low-level creatures, be so powerful? These people were about to cry. Seeing this group of powerful natives tormenting them, they even felt like dying. They regretted their past actions. They really shouldn't have come on this expedition. What kind of monsters are these? In the end, we have instead become their prey. Aren't they rushing to their deaths? The faces of this group of captives were all green, and their hearts were filled with worry. They wanted to cry, yet they couldn't. Even their intestines were green with regret. Now that they had been intimidated, they could only obediently teach them everything they knew. Otherwise, didn't they hear what that large black dog had said? They would all be thrown into a pot of oil and fried human flesh to go with wine. Not a single one of them would be left alive. Mist curled up in the distance. Between the small bridge and the flowing water, there were strange rocks and verdant trees. Yi Fan and the elders of the heavenly village were drinking tea and enjoying this rare tranquility. Little Ur blinked her large eyes as she poured tea for them. Then, she stood quietly at the side and listened to their conversation seriously. Yi Fan told Chi Luo and the others about his journey of trials. He talked about the various mystical aspects of the eternal star domain, and he even emphasized the wonders of the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. The killing saint nodded after listening for a long time. He expressed that he would support the Black Emperor in deciphering the mothership and researching the star door. If they could reach that star domain, they might be able to obtain even more evolution fluid. During this process, Yi Fan also understood what had happened in the past 2 years. He was constantly paying attention to the problem of the path of immortalization because it was of great importance. During these 2 years, the path of immortalization naturally hadn't opened yet, but the figures of sages from the outer realms kept appearing. Some terrifying people have come. Even the ancient races don't dare to offend them, the killing saint said. For example, not long ago, 2 ancient golden crows had flown over from beyond the heavens. Their magic power was overflowing, and dazzling fiery light streaked across the middle state. It was as if 2 suns had descended. It was said that these 2 ancient demonic sages were just scouting ahead. Behind them were their clansmen, and they came from an ancient planet with life called Wuxia country. What? Wuxia country? Yi Fan revealed an odd expression. The universe was boundless, and currently, there were only a few known sources of life. Wuxia country was definitely one of the most powerful ancient planets with life. When he returned to Earth, he had learned some of the truth. In ancient times, the sages of Wuxia country, Skirich country, and Gaochen country had gone there in search of the diagram of immortalization. And the Wuxia country planet was absolutely powerful beyond compare. The legend of Dai shooting the sun on Earth was related to them. In ancient times, 10 ancient golden crows of the saint level caused chaos and brought disaster to ancient China. The unrivaled expert Dai appeared out of nowhere and forged 9 arrows. He drew the bow in succession and shot the 9 golden crows to death. In the end, the old golden crow of the Wuxia country, who could look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, crossed the star field and arrived. He was a quasi-emperor, and in the end, he caused Dai to fall. These records and legends left a deep impression on Yi Fan. How could he not be amazed after hearing them today? This ancient hero of Dai had died many years ago, but his legends never ceased. Yi Fan took out the 2 black arrows he had brought from Earth and gently stroked them. He hoped that he wouldn't need to use them in the future. Otherwise, it would inevitably be a peerless massacre. The Wuxia country planet was truly terrifying. During these 2 years, the Big Dipper star region was very peaceful. There weren't many great battles, but undercurrents were surging. Even the heavenly laws and energies had undergone changes. They became increasingly mysterious and couldn't be deduced. During this period of time, apart from the Wuxia country, the other outer realm sages were all very mysterious. Even now, no one knew where they were and they rarely interacted with the natives. The Big Dipper star region is going to be chaotic. Only heaven knows what will happen in the future. The killer saint sighed. And now, the path of immortality had stirred the clouds in all directions. Everyone was paying attention to it. The ancient sages of various star fields had all come. It was very likely that it would become the most terrifying battlefield in the universe. The more he understood, the more anxious he felt. Yi Fan even felt a sense of anxiety, a bad premonition in his heart. The deities of the outer realm, the saints of all heavens, and the experts of various regions had come in droves. It was bound to be a grand meeting that was rarely seen throughout the ages. It could also be a terrifying storm. There isn't much time left. Not to mention the other life-forbidden zones, just the appearance of the supreme existence of the undying mountain is not something the human race can contend against, Yi Fan muttered to himself. One had to know that there were a total of 7 life-forbidden zones. Even if the races and factions were different, one could imagine that it would be an unprecedented disaster. Yi Fan's expression was firm as he said, "Cultivation and raising combat power are the most important things at present. Everything else is empty. Only by breaking through to the next realm and advancing in cultivation will we have a foothold in the future." The most powerful physique and bloodline evolution liquid was undoubtedly a divine medicine that could shorten the time needed to become a saint. This time, Yi Fan and the others seized a total of 5 portions of the evolution liquid. Moreover, they learned from some important captives how to refine this precious liquid. It was just that many of the divine ores couldn't be found in the Big Dipper. 5 portions of the evolution liquid, all close to the 4th level, but not yet there. We can't waste them like this. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, the Sacred Prince, Dong Fangyi, the killer saint, and the others sat together. They seriously studied the ancient deity's alchemy recipes, observed the evolution liquid, and discussed solemnly. 2 years ago, I seized the destiny rock from outside the undying mountain, right? That's the main material of divinity, and it's still very useful. Yifan said. The gray rock was carried over. The evolution liquid from back then had been used up, allowing Yitong, Huahua, and Little K, Er's unpolished gold and unpolished jade physiques to undergo an astonishing transformation. I still have a piece of the heart of the realm of death, but so far, there are only 2 main materials of divinity. We still need 2 more to extract the 4th level of the evolution liquid. Yifan took out a black stone. It was shrouded in the aura of death, but it contained an indescribable vitality and mighty power. The origin ancient mine contains a peerless main material of divinity, but there's a supreme existence hibernating and sleeping inside, so there's no way to extract it. Through the captives, they already knew how precious the origin life stone was. Even a fingernail-sized piece was enough to make the people of the Eternal Lord planet go crazy. If we find the origin life stone, even if we gather 4 main materials of divinity, we'll most likely be able to refine these 5 portions of evolution liquid into the 4th level of evolution liquid. After all, 100,000 years ago, it was the 8th level of precious liquid. Now, they all knew that this kind of evolution liquid was extremely important. It might be able to make the people here become saints, and shorten the cultivation time by several hundred years. I'll take a trip to Mount Meru and ask my uncle to see if he can find the origin life stone, said the sacred prince. Dang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang out from Mount Meru, spreading throughout the western desert. It was deafening. The victorious fighting Buddha was about to descend the mountain. The younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting is about to come into the world again. What? The victorious fighting Buddha of Mount Meru is coming to the eastern wasteland? The people of the eastern wasteland who were well informed all had different reactions when they heard this. However, there was one thing they all had in common, and that was fear. In the past, the victorious fighting Buddha had killed the great sage Kuan-zhou and fought against several great ancient imperial clans alone. Even now, people were terrified. The sacred prince returned with shocking news. His entire body was covered in golden fur as he said, "My uncle wants to enter the origin ancient mine to ask for a piece of the origin life stone." What is this, true? Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others were all dumbstruck. The Black Emperor's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was stupefied and couldn't say anything for a long time. "Can you let your uncle bring me along?" Only Duanda's skin was as thick as a city wall. Chapter 1182. Me too. I want to go too. The little baldy flower blossom blinked his large eyes. He reached out a tender little arm, jumping and jumping. It was because he was only at the base of everyone's thighs, fearing that he would be overlooked. The group of people were all speechless. Who dared enter origin ancient mine? Even the victorious fighting Buddha would most likely be risking his life this time. That was but a life-restricted region. Yi Tong hurriedly walked up and pulled him away. "Senior brother, let go. I want to bravely enter origin ancient mine and become an indomitable great hero." The little baldy said valiantly and in high spirits. "We'll talk about it when you don't wet your bed anymore," Yi Tong said. The group of people laughed loudly, all of them ridiculing him. The little baldy immediately felt embarrassed. His age wasn't that young, but he would still wet his bed from time to time. This was an embarrassing matter he didn't want others to mention the most. "Senior brother, I'm going to stake it all against you." The little baldy bared his fangs and brandished his claws. "Brother Emperor, is this true?" GZ frowned. He was also in Heaven Village. If the most powerful evolutionary liquid was completed, he would be one of the first to use it, because with his aptitude, his fighting strength would soar to deal with future situations. The sacred prince nodded seriously. However, there was a bit of worry in his eyes. Origin ancient mine, what kind of place was that? No matter how many people went, how many people died? Since ancient times, how many people dared to invade this place? This was a restricted land respected by all under the heavens. My uncle's lifespan doesn't have much left. He said that he wanted to take advantage of this time to do some things. When everyone heard the monkey's overcast words, they all shivered inwardly, feeling a bad premonition. The victorious fighting Buddha shouldn't be going to fall, right? Medicine King, divine marrow, undying medicine, and other things could extend one's life after taking them once, but after a second or third time, there wouldn't be much of an effect. Everything couldn't be repeated. During the archaic years, the old sacred emperors might shook the world, the four seas worshipping him. Apart from the immortal peach divine medicine, he naturally obtained a few other immortal treasures, previously granting them to his younger brother. There were some things that could extend one's life that the victorious fighting Buddha had already used before. That was why even if he could find some other things in this world, it would still be difficult to extend his lifespan. My uncle came out from the source of God more than 2,000 years ago. The most terrifying thing is that my clan's cultivation method is unyielding and overbearing, exhausting one's life essence the most. It is a life and death trial, the sacred prince said sadly. Back in the day, his father only lived for one lifetime, and something went wrong with his cultivation. Their clan's mysterious art shook the 9 heavens, but it was too tyrannical. It killed the enemy in a straightforward manner, but it was also a great loss to the body. My uncle's age is not lower than those of the same cultivation level. It can be said to be a miracle for him to be able to reach such a level of cultivation. Everyone nodded. After all, this was the younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting. One had to know that the old Saint Emperor had already fallen. Even though the battling Buddha was the younger brother of the ancient God Emperor, and there was a gap of several thousand years between them, time was merciless, and he had lived for far too long. Cough, this humble Daoist is serious. I wish to follow the victorious fighting Buddha into the origin ancient mine. To think that I, Duanda, have plundered all the great tombs of the past and the present, moving unhindered underground, sweeping away all obstacles, I really want to see if there are any other places that are worth my time. The group of people rolled their eyes, looking down on this unscrupulous Daoist. This was especially the case for the old assassins from Heaven Village. No matter how they looked at him, they just couldn't bear to look at him, truly wishing they could give him a stab. I will declare that the ancient tomb in the village was not plundered by me, but rather that little bastard little Baldy. Duanda said with a guilty conscience. Nonsense, it has nothing to do with me. Hua Hua cried out in injustice. At the same time, her large eyes fluttered about, staring at the treasure in the Daoist's hands. Dang! Bell waves were like ripples as they spread through the northern region, unhurriedly spreading outwards. The victorious fighting Buddha arrived. A streak of Buddhist light turned into a golden arch bridge, piercing through the western region. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The ancient races were all greatly alarmed. This type of power made all of their bones go cold, all of them couldn't help but tremble. Even the archaic emperor race was no exception. Back then, the victorious fighting Buddha proved his unmatched might, not even the great emperor races daring to provoke him. Could it be that he has broken through again? A golden arch bridge traversed over, turning a territory of millions and millions of miles into a single meter. This is truly an extraordinary method. As expected of the holy ape that was praised as having divine skin and immortal bones in the archaic era. It seems like his cultivation level has become even deeper. We must definitely not cross over that threshold. Among the archaic emperor race, there were many people who were fearful of him. What they didn't want to see the most was that he could still live for a long period of time. That would be like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. A few great sage, as well as the old patriarch of the archaic emperor race, knew that this bloodline's tyrannical technique was a huge problem. He sat on Mount Meru to cultivate precisely because he wanted to find a Buddhist technique to resolve this difficulty. The golden arch bridge shone with immortal splendor. Many people came to pay their respects. The old holy ape made everyone feel extremely apprehensive, regardless of whether it was sincere or not. At the very least, they had to pay their respects on the surface. The sacred prince had come, and people like the Black Emperor and Duanda could only hide in the dark. Otherwise, they would be too hateful. Many ancient tribe members wanted nothing more than to eat the large black dog alive. As for Duanda, he wasn't any better. He had long established his business in the ancient tribe's cemetery. Now, it was unknown how many ancient kings were thinking about him. The golden arch bridge slowly faded away. The victorious fighting Buddha took a step forward and landed on the land of the northern region. He gazed at the desolate broken mountain in the distance and sighed. That was the old haunt of the battling sacred ape bloodline. It had been destroyed in the archaic era when his elder brother passed away in meditation, and it was in a terrible state. Now, no one dared to blaspheme it. Even though there were only 2 members of this bloodline now, they could still shake the world with their might. As long as the old monkey was still alive, this would be a peerless great race that could rival the various imperial tribes. "Uncle!" The sacred prince went up to greet him. The victorious fighting Buddha nodded. There were also a few golden arhats and guardian Vajra following behind him. One of them was naturally gifted. He was tall and burly, and his golden hair draped over his shoulders. He looked like a giant golden ape. Some people silently cursed. Could this be the descendant left behind by the victorious fighting Buddha in the western desert? Of course, upon closer inspection, this could be completely ruled out. This was a pure human, but he was naturally gifted. He was a guardian Vajra of the Buddhist sect, and his strength was extraordinary. Yi Fan's gaze froze. This was Kaida, the one who entered this world with him and Pang Bo. Later on, he was taken away by the Buddhist sect's holy monk to Mount Meru. Kaida was Li Xiaoman's classmate. Many years had passed, and when they met again, things remained the same, but the people had changed. Yi Fan was disappointed and frustrated. Time had changed a lot. Li Xiaoman was beaten into the ancient abyss by him. If nothing unexpected happened, she would have already turned into dust. Many ancient races appeared, and they were incomparably reverent toward the victorious fighting Buddha. They didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Don't be fooled by the Buddha's radiance, and he seemed benevolent and peaceful. However, once this old sacred ape was angered, it would definitely overflow the heavens like a flood. Right now, many people were speculating how long the old monkey could live. Many people had a kind of worry in their hearts. This terrifying Dojan would definitely clear away all obstacles for his nephew before he passed away, so that no one would harm him. If that was the case, there would definitely be a great calamity. Blood would most likely rush into the ocean, and many giant races and experts might disappear from the great earth. Those who didn't get along with this race were all afraid during this period of time. They hoped that the old sacred ape would pass away, but they were also worried that he would use iron-blooded methods to slaughter his way through the world. "You've come." The divine silkworm princess appeared. Her expression was gentle, and her purple hair covered half of her immortal face. She was clear and auspicious, completely different from her powerful attitude in the past. She handed over an ancient command token to the victorious fighting Buddha. The patterns on it were dim without the slightest bit of luster. It looked ordinary and simple. Well, that's the command token left behind by the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor. A few archaic giants cried out in alarm. Even the great imperial clan's elders narrowed their eyes. This thing was extremely important, and it was normally impossible to see it. "I've heard that the Heavenly Prince went to Origin Ancient Mine with the Undying Emperor's command token. I don't know if he entered or not. Now, the Divine Silkworm Ridge's Ancient Emperor's command token has also appeared. Could it be?" Everyone guessed, and their scalps went numb. They had a premonition that something big was about to happen. The Divine Silkworm Ridge's Ancient Emperor's command token was made of some unknown metal. It was dark purple in color, and after millions of years, apart from being dim, it wasn't damaged in the slightest. Even time couldn't erase it. "My race also has it." The victorious fighting Buddha shook his head. "2 command tokens are better than 1. The divine silkworm princess didn't allow him to say anything else. She firmly stuffed the dark purple metal command token into his hand. This trip to Origin Ancient Mine was unpredictable. The divine silkworm princess didn't give him the ancient emperor's celestial robe because if he wanted to behave atrociously there, he would only be courting death. He could only rely on the ancient command token of his predecessor. "If anything happens to me, help me take care of them." The victorious fighting Buddha secretly transmitted his voice. He glanced at the sacred prince, then at the arhats and guardian Vajra. This was what he had entrusted to her. The divine silkworm princess's eyes became misty. She really wanted to stop him, but she knew the old sacred ape's temper. Once he made a serious decision, she couldn't persuade him at all. The younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting wants to enter Origin Ancient Mine? This news spread throughout the northern region and eastern wilderness like an explosion. It couldn't be hidden at all because many people were watching the victorious fighting Buddha. Moreover, the people who were watching him were all of high status. Among them, there was no lack of the great sage. Even on normal days, there would always be people watching Mount Meru. Once he left the mountain, they would immediately know. This also showed that many large races were extremely afraid of him. They were afraid that he would be massacred by the sacred battle ape before he passed away. The victorious fighting Buddha wanted to enter Origin Ancient Mine. What exactly did he want to do? This was like a hurricane that swept through the world, affecting the nerves of every expert. Could it be that he wants to go in to find a way to prolong his life? Or does he want to use this immortal divine mind to break through his current realm and take that most crucial step? The hearts of the old clan leaders of the various primordial sovereign families surged. They gathered together to study it for a long time, but no one could calm down. The eyes of everyone in the world were once again focused on the forbidden land of eastern wilderness in the forbidden land of life, causing a huge uproar. Becoming an immortal and building one's Tao is a million autumns. The stars fall and the moon wither, the heart is filled with sorrow. 10,000 ancient emperors fall, the celestial court has already collapsed. Where can I go? Outside the absolute beginning forbidden land, Duanda walked with the victorious fighting Buddha while singing. Even the old sacred ape revealed a strange expression. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, the sacred prince, the divine silkworm princess, and the others all had strange expressions. This Daoist priest Duan actually wanted to go in. His courage was unbelievable. Duanda, have a safe journey. If you die a heroic death, I will burn a few pieces of paper for you every year, the Black Emperor said. The little baldy Hua Hua even shouted, Marshal Uncle Duan, Uncle Black Emperor said that you haven't left behind the treasures you've plundered your entire life. Damn it, you evil little brat, why are you so direct? This emperor is still thinking about how to express it tactfully. The Black Emperor gave him a slap. Chapter 1183. In reality, Duanda's behavior confused everyone. They felt that he was purely tired of living. He dared to enter the Origin Ancient Mine? What kind of joke was this? Even the victorious fighting Buddha might die if he entered. He walked while singing, his expression calm. He was really about to approach the forbidden area, and it was clear that he was not joking. He was about to enter. Duanda, are you tired of living? Yi Fan shouted. Wicked Daoist, you're not serious, are you? Are you really going to enter? The large black dog asked with wide eyes. Senior Uncle Duan, don't do that. If you die, I'll be very sad, the little baldy shouted. The victorious fighting Buddha stopped and looked at Duanda. Golden fur flickered all over his body, his appearance solemn and benevolent. He didn't say anything. Ancient Buddha, don't look at me like that. I'm not from the same orthodoxy as you, and I don't have any interactions with the people of Mount Meru. I won't become a monk. Duanda laughed dryly. The victorious fighting Buddha still didn't say anything. He actually walked around Duanda, looking at him carefully, and seemed to be deep in thought. I'm just a commoner with no background. Duanda recited the boundless celestial being. The others all felt strange and didn't say anything. They stared at him unblinkingly. Duanda's background was mysterious, and no one knew his master. Now, he seemed even more extraordinary. However, even when they opened their heaven's eyes and looked carefully, they couldn't see anything. The victorious fighting Buddha said, if you've become an immortal for 1,000,000 years, why would you still recite the boundless celestial being? You just have to respect yourself, and you probably won't be outdone. Duanda coughed dryly, and said with a gloomy expression, if I was that kind of existence, why would I still be so reserved? I can go up to the sun and moon, down to the underworld, and move anywhere in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even if there are gods in the origin ancient mine, they most likely can't harm me. Everyone thought about it carefully. This was indeed the case. Even though Duanda's background was mysterious and his cultivation strange, he definitely couldn't be a supreme being. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. To tell you the truth, I really came here because I had no other choice. I most likely won't die. It's really like what you said, and it really seems like I'm seeking my own death, Duanda said with a sigh. If you really want to enter, you need to have the ancient emperor token. Otherwise, you can only die. Do you have such a thing? Princess Divine Silkworm asked. Just now, he was still joking, thinking that he wasn't serious. But now, he was so serious. If he really stepped in, he might be consigned to eternal damnation, so he had to warn him. I have an ancient medallion. Duanda nodded and took out a dilapidated and slightly rusted bronze medallion. It was simple and ordinary. Duanda seemed to have quite a few ancient badges on him. In the past, he had used a few badges to scare others, and now he had another one. No one could see through him. The ancient sovereign token is not an ordinary item. How did you manage to dig it out? Princess Divine Silkworm naturally did not believe that his bronze token was effective. Don't worry, I don't want to die yet. This should be the real deal. I dug it out myself. Princess Divine Silkworm didn't believe him and said, nonsense. The ancient tokens of the primordial emperors are in the hands of the various royal families. They have never been buried underground, nor have they been lost. How could you have them? This one of mine is real without a doubt. I can definitely enter. It was forged by an ancient emperor himself. It was probably formed more than 1,000,000 years ago, Duanda said with certainty. Since he had already said so, such a slippery person would definitely not be stupid enough to seek death. Naturally, no one had anything to say and could not dissuade him. Brother Duan, you are about to enter the origin ancient mine. Don't you have anything to say? Don't you want to talk about your background and past? Yi Fan asked. They had known each other for so many years. Even though this Daoist was very unscrupulous, he had helped him a lot after all. Now that he was going to the origin ancient mine, his life and death were uncertain, he wanted to ask. Regarding this poor Taoist, I'm just a member of the multitude of living beings. There's nothing special about me. Actually, for so many years, I've been walking in the ancient underground mausoleum, trying to solve 3 questions. Duanda said seriously. Everyone's expressions froze. It was rare for him to be so serious. What were the 3 questions? They all wanted to know and could not help but listen carefully. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where do I need to go? Duanda's face was serious, not looking like he was joking at all. However, everyone still felt like they were tricked by him, that he was clearly speaking half-heartedly. Martial Uncle Duan is a philosopher. The little Baldy said while blinking his large eyes. Longma had a look of disdain on his face. Pa, this one is spitting immortal energy all over your face. It is one thing if there are people on the other side of the starry sky who say these things, but you are always digging up graves. How could the likes of you understand the domain of this humble Daoist? This is the great archaeology, researching the origins and trajectories of all living beings. Duanda boasted shamelessly, returning to his original appearance. Everyone looked at him with disdain, no longer saying anything else. Yi Fan stared blankly, looking at his rear figure, looking pensive. However, he still couldn't see through him. The group of people arrived at the edge of the absolute beginning restricted region, not daring to set foot inside. The existence in origin ancient mine revived in this age where the path of immortality was about to open. Normally, it slept, not willing to exhaust even a trace of its spirit. In the past, even if they entered the restricted region, it wasn't much. However, things were greatly different now. Once they entered, they would startle the supreme existence in the depths of the restricted region. At that time, it would be difficult to say whether it would be a blessing or a disaster. Yi Fan and the others withdrew, crossing the void and entering the divine Silkworm Ridge, waiting there for news. This was a vast mountain region, as if there was no end to it. There were mulberry trees everywhere, and there were strange silkworms crawling all over them. However, the descendants of ancient emperors, divine silkworms, were extremely rare. These mulberry trees are produced from divine origin, not true plants. This was the first time Yi Fan, Li Heishui, Yan Yishi, Dongfang Yi, and the others came to the ancient emperor clan's land, so they were naturally extremely shocked. Everything they saw was extremely novel. Even the sacred prince and GZ, as the children of the ancient sacred emperor and great emperor, had never come to this kind of place before. This was the first time they entered a divine land. As for the large black dog, he was a bit lacking in confidence. After arriving here, he looked left and right, appearing extremely unnatural. There was nothing he could do. He had too many enemies, even provoking the divine silkworm race before. In the depths of the mountain region, there were 9 divine silkworm ridges. They were majestic, mysterious, and unfathomable. There was a large expanse of mist curling about, all of which was celestial energy. There was the aura left behind by the archaic emperors. The reason why Yi Fan and the others were able to come here was all because of their relationship with the victorious fighting Buddha and the sacred prince, so they naturally couldn't truly enter the central forbidden region. However, they were fortunate enough to ascend the first divine silkworm ridge, entering a majestic land. Here, plants were lush, and ponds decorated the land. It was extremely deep and serene. On a blue stone, there was a sloppy Daoist currently sleeping, and beside him was a row of wine jars. It was actually the child of this race's ancient emperor, Daoist divine silkworm. His face was a bit pale, and there was a gloomy air between his brows. He had sunk into a deep slumber, and he didn't move at all. The people of the divine silkworm race sighed, but didn't say anything. This ancient prince was different from Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others. He lacked a type of vitality, and there was an additional wave of lethargy about him. He seemed like he didn't fit in with this world, and it had been like this for so many years. No one could change this. Yi Fan and the others didn't disturb him. They entered this mountain ridge, passed through the divine mulberry forest, walked past Origin Mountain, and came to the side of a jade-green spring. This spring was less than 3 meters long, but there were strands of immortal chi rising up. Under the control of Princess Divine Silkworm, it became jade-green and sparkling. It became translucent and bright, turning into a mirror. Swoosh! Green light streaked past, and it illuminated the scene of the absolute beginning forbidden region. The figures of the victorious fighting Buddha and Duanda were clearly visible. This was a spiritual spring left behind by the ancient emperor of the divine silkworm ridge. Every direct descendant could refine their body here, and it even had a special ability to observe the 3 realms and 6 Daos, similar to the heavenly magic eye of the demon imperial palace. Unfortunately, it was difficult to activate if one wasn't an ancient emperor. Later generations could only inject the aura of the people and scenes they wanted to see into it, and only then could they capture their tracks. With the relationship between Princess Divine Silkworm and the victorious fighting Buddha, they could naturally obtain a strand of his condensed aura. Now that they had come to the side of this spiritual spring, they could see everything. "Let's go in," Yi Fan said. The victorious fighting Buddha and Duanda held the ancient emperor medallion and walked into the absolute beginning forbidden region. Everyone immediately became nervous, holding their breaths as they watched. Not good. How could I forget about the heaven-devouring demon cap? This is something this emperor has been thinking about my entire life. Even if I had to snatch it just now, I should have seized it. Letting him bring it in is purely throwing meat buns at a dog. The Black Emperor was overwhelmed with regret. The absolute beginning forbidden region was terrifying beyond compare. Every step could lead to killing intent, because this place buried a great secret of the past. The great sage and archaic giants didn't dare approach. There's a situation, there's an abnormality in the absolute beginning ancient mine, GZ said in a low voice. Within the jade-green spiritual spring, the absolute beginning ancient mine was reflected with an expanse of immortal mist, rising in spirals. It was hazy and strange, making people tremble even from so far away. What is Duanda saying? Why can't I hear anything? Everyone was anxious, staring at the spiritual spring. At this time, within the absolute beginning forbidden region, Duanda held the ancient emperor medallion, his lips moving. No one knew what he was saying. There's another ancient medallion that I've never seen before. A cold and emotionless voice sounded from the primal chaos immortal domain beyond the 33 heavens, shaking heaven and earth, rumbling with noise, making the faces of everyone by the spiritual spring turn pale. It was unknown what Duanda said. Absolute beginning ancient mind became quiet. After a long time had passed, the rusted copper tile in his hands flew into absolute beginning ancient mind. It really is an ancient emperor medallion. In the end, only this cold voice sounded from the ancient mine. In the ancient mine, 3 streaks of light rushed out one after another, dazzling and dazzling. These were true immortal splendor. They arrived in an instant, blasting Duanda's body. Pooh! His body exploded, breaking apart into pieces. A bloody mist scattered, turning into strands of energy, merging into heaven and earth, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What? Duanda died. No, why is it like this? By the spiritual spring, a group of people cried out in alarm, all of their faces ashen. Duanda actually died just like that, body and spirit erased, not even a bit of bone residue left behind. No one could accept this reality. Who was Duanda? He was cunning and slippery, so why would he choose this type of path to death? Martial Uncle Duan. The little Baldy wept loudly. Master Duan. Yi Tong also cried out loudly. In the past, when Yi Fan left for a long time, it was the large black dog, Duanda, Li Tian, and the others who taught him. They could be considered half a master to him. How could it be like this? Everyone cried out loudly. In absolute beginning ancient mind, the mist became even thicker, immortal energy surging. The emotionless and cold voice sounded again, saying, "It's the ancient." Tribulation Crossing Heaven Art. Chapter 1184. Martial Uncle Duan Wu. The little Baldy wept in grief. No one expected Duanda to die, his body exploding as soon as he entered the life-restricted region. It was just that sudden, leaving everyone stupefied, finding it hard to accept. Origin ancient mind had existed since the ancient times, respected by everyone under the heavens. It was extremely ancient, and its ruthlessness and terror were obvious to all. Tribulation Crossing Heavenly Art, this sect's ancient method has always been flawed. No true scriptures have appeared, so how did he obtain it? In the depths of the restricted region, a cold and emotionless voice sounded, as if it was inwardly confused, not understanding what was going on. The Black Emperor stared blankly, revealing a look of shock. Duanda cultivated a flawless tribulation crossing heavenly art, so he most likely still has hope of living. Uncle Black Emperor, what are you saying? Hua cried like a little kitten. Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the others also felt that this was inconceivable. Those were unmatched existences from origin ancient mind. They personally took action, so how could anyone survive? Tribulation Crossing Heavenly Art. Princess Divine Silkworm revealed a strange expression. It was clear that she had heard of it before. This was a type of heavenly art that had existed since the archaic years. The human race had 2 great mother scriptures, known as Great Yin and Great Yang. They were ancient, and their effects on later generations were profound. Even the great ancient emperors had received enlightenment from them. It wasn't necessarily the most ancient that was the most powerful, but the mother scripture's significance was definitely extraordinary. It was respected by the people of the world, pushing the human race forward. Meanwhile, in the archaic years, there were other heavenly arts that were passed down, not necessarily any later than those 2 mother scriptures. However, because they were lost, they couldn't be passed down, which was why they weren't known and respected by others. In the archaic years, the star domain was vast, supreme beings soaring through the 9 heavens, arriving at many mysterious ancient lands. There was more than a single type of ancient scripture that was passed down from other star domains. In reality, one could also imagine that the human race's inheritance had been passed down for a long time, no one knowing where it originated from. How could there only be 2 ancient methods, Great Yin and Great Yang, before the archaic years? There were naturally other ancient texts. Only, after endless years, The great scriptures that were truly passed down were mainly those two types. At the same time, the Great Yin scripture and Great Yang scripture set out from the two most fundamental types of mother force, expounding on the principles of yin and yang. As such, their status as mother scriptures was established. Legend has it that the heavenly art of passing tribulations was created by the supreme celestial being of Taoism. One had to constantly experience all kinds of great tribulations in his life before finally attaining the Tao fruit. The ancient emperors read the supreme Yin scriptures, observed the supreme Yang scriptures, read the myriad of ancient arts, and absorbed their essence. They experienced all kinds of trials and tribulations, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Only then would they be able to create their own arts and establish their own Tao. The large black dog had followed Wuxia for over 10,000 years, so he had naturally heard of the heaven tribulation technique. This was an ancient scripture that had been lost in time. It could steal the fortune of the universe, and it had all sorts of wondrous effects. In the past, there were several great emperors who had comprehended this technique. Of course, no one had ever obtained the complete version. They were all just fragments of the technique. Incomplete techniques were most afraid of being struck by lightning. There was an ancient secret that stated that Ruthless could not become an immortal, but after proving his Tao, he searched for ancient techniques to reverse yin and yang and revive his elder brother. Some speculated that Ruthless had obtained the most ancient techniques, and it was possible that she had collected the most complete version of the heavenly art of passing tribulations. However, she had never cultivated it before, and since she could not reverse reincarnation, it was useless to her. Duanda had once obtained Ruthless heaven-devouring demonic lid that was formed from her skull. Although it had been forged into an extreme weapon, some people thought that a portion of her consciousness might have been preserved. And it was precisely because of this that some people speculated that the heaven-devouring demonic lid was priceless. If one obtained it, they might be able to comprehend some mysterious ancient techniques. Duanda possessed the demonic lid, so he might not be able to obtain the heaven-devouring demonic technique, but it would not be a miracle if he obtained a portion of the heavenly art of passing tribulations. After all, no one knew what his consciousness might have left behind. The heavenly art of passing tribulations required one to continuously transcend tribulations, and the greatest tribulation it had to transcend was definitely the death tribulation. However, it was rumored that even the creator of this technique, celestial being, had not transcended it. Otherwise, if one could truly transcend the death tribulation, they would attain immortality and become an immortal. Let me see it again. A slit appeared between the Black Emperor's brows, revealing a strange vertical eye. It replayed the scene of Duanda's body shattering into pieces and transforming into a mist of blood. Cleansing, he's cleansing and refining. This is also a type of tribulation, the large black dog exclaimed in shock. Emperor Wuxia had once said that the heavenly art of passing tribulations was difficult to cultivate. The main reason for this was that the requirements for this Tao were far too many and harsh. The human body had both life and death qi, and it was very difficult to cleanse all of the death qi. Unless one had the assistance of a great emperor, they would be able to transform the human body into pure yang qi. Only then would they be able to achieve a major breakthrough when cultivating this technique. However, if one lived with a great emperor, it would be difficult for them to attain immortality no matter how much they broke through. Even if they were cleansed by the great emperor's qi, they would still be suppressed in the later stages due to the emperor's Tao. Unless it's a flawless heavenly art of passing tribulations, doing this is no different from seeking death. But how could he have possibly obtained a complete ancient scripture? The Black Emperor could not understand this no matter how hard he thought about it. Emperor Wuxia had once said that the celestial being of the school of Taoism did not seem to have passed down a complete technique in this galaxy at all. I understand. Could it be that he dug up the corpse of that celestial being? I've heard that in the end, that person might have been buried in the Big Dipper, and he came for the path of celestial ascension. According to the records of many ancient sects, apart from 2 or 3 great emperors, none of them were born in the Big Dipper. They came from other ancient galaxies, and just like the ancient emperors of the Archaic era, they descended on this planet for the sake of obtaining the opportunity to become a celestial. Unfortunately, in the archaic era, the various races all made mistakes in their deductions one after another. The time for the path of celestial ascension to open was far from here, and it should have been in this era. That period could all be described as missed. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Duanda had dug up the corpse of that celestial being? No wonder he spent all his time walking in the tomb. Did Duanda want to borrow the power of the supreme existence of the origin ancient mind to cleanse his body? In this era, no one had proven their Tao and become a great emperor, so this was an opportunity for him. In the future, he would not be suppressed. There are strange movements in the origin ancient mind, Yitong said. The dark green spiritual pool was clear and translucent, clearly reflecting the terrain. Everyone held their breaths, snapping out of their stupor, carefully watching. Origin ancient mind's immortal energy rose in spirals, completely burying the ancient cave below. A voice without any emotional fluctuations sounded, as if it could cut down the 33 layers of heaven. More than 200,000 years ago, when that person established a Tao right, there was a mysterious aura that appeared. Could it be that the ancient celestial being was buried on this ancient star, was discovered? When Yi Fan, Black Emperor, and the others heard these words, even though they were separated by endless distance, only hearing it through this spiritual pool, they still broke out into a cold shiver. This type of secret wasn't something they should hear. Fortunately, origin ancient mind's existence didn't continue, stopping this topic. A pair of ice-cold beams of light flew out, circling around the victorious fighting Buddha. The old sacred ape was used to seeing life and death, and his eyes were fiery and golden. He could see more clearly than Black Emperor and the others, so he didn't have any emotional fluctuations regarding Duanda's death. He walked step by step towards the depths of the Forbidden Land. Every step he took was filled with Tao marks. His footprints were very deep and heavy, and it was very strenuous for him. The closer he got to the ancient mine, the more it was like this. It was as if he was walking with the 9 heavens and 10 earths on his shoulders. Why is it that the existence in the ancient mine is still so cold to the sacred battle king even though he has the ancient sovereign token? Princess Divine Silkworm's expression changed. Although this place couldn't be said to be the oldest forbidden land in the world, it was almost there. Back when the ancient race ruled over the world, no one could approach this place. Immortal energy filled the air. In the ancient mine, a pair of cold eyes pierced through the mist and stared at the victorious fighting Buddha, emitting an ancient voice. The sacred battle ape bloodline is the most unyielding and domineering. You look old, but the blood energy in your body is surging. If you come out, you can devour heaven and earth. I sense a familiar aura. You are very similar to someone. The victorious fighting Buddha wasn't arrogant. Regardless of whether it was in terms of seniority or cultivation, the supreme existence of the origin ancient mind could accept his greeting. There was no sound in the origin ancient mind. Everything was very cold. The old sacred ape came here with the ancient sovereign token, but he didn't receive any special treatment, so he didn't say anything else. Your heart is unyielding, very similar to that monkey from back then. What does it have to do with him? After a long time, such a divine voice came from the ancient mind, oppressing the ancient sky until it rumbled, as if it was about to fall. The Emperor of Fighting is my elder brother, said the old sacred ape. That monkey who doesn't respect the heavens and earth. This was actually the evaluation he received. The victorious fighting Buddha's eyebrows twitched, and golden light vaguely appeared in his eyes. The Emperor of Fighting's magical power is boundless. He wants to become a war immortal and look down on the world. As his younger brother, do you still need to come to the origin ancient mine? It was still that kind of emotionless voice. The old sacred ape's spine was perfectly straight, and he stood there without saying a word. The golden hair on his body was very dazzling, and his eyes were also very cold. What did you come to the origin ancient mine for? I beg for a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious fighting Buddha spoke, neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes stared at that expanse of mist. He didn't walk over. In reality, he was still quite far from the ancient mine. For your own life? For my only nephew. A cold laugh sounded from within the ancient mine. Your elder brother is arrogant enough to think that he can become a war immortal, yet he still can't take care of his son, needing to come here to beg for a stone? Not good. Within the divine silkworm ridge, the divine silkworm princess revealed a look of fear. The Emperor of Fighting has shocked deities and made immortals weep, showing disdain for the archaic era. He doesn't respect the heavens and earth, so he definitely offended the existences of the origin ancient mine. Yi Fan, Yan Yishi, the Black Emperor, and the others' expressions all changed. This might be a great disaster. Now, who could resist the existences in the life-forbidden land? The victorious fighting Buddha was most likely in trouble. The sacred prince's brows stood on end. When his eyes opened and closed, golden light shot out in all directions. A cold voice sounded from within the ancient mine. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't mind bestowing a piece of life stone, but the Emperor of Fighting had previously said that he didn't need all of this, that he could break through the heavens alone. It was me who asked for a piece of absolute beginning life stone for my nephew, not my elder brother. The victorious fighting Buddha said, standing there like a javelin. Isn't it the same? Brothers, father and son, uncle and nephew, how bad can it be? I only came here to ask for a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious fighting Buddha's voice was loud and clear. You can leave. I won't bestow it to you. The existence of the origin ancient mine refused. This place doesn't belong to you alone. I came with the ancient sovereign order, so I need a piece of absolute beginning life stone. The victorious fighting Buddha said. Are you speaking to me like this? The voice immediately became incomparably cold, killing intent surging through endless time, shaking out from within the origin ancient mine. Wait. A second voice sounded, and at the same time, a rusty copper order appeared. This was another unparalleled existence, and he said, before that person's body exploded, he said that he would give this order to the sacred ape. With 3 ancient orders in hand, all of his requests should indeed be fulfilled. The Emperor of Fighting wanted to break through the heavens alone and look down on the past and present. He had once said that he didn't need anything else. You and I both know about the past. The absolute beginning life stone shouldn't have been given to his younger brother. Moreover, he was disrespectful to me just now, so he should be beheaded. A terrifying killing intent rushed out like a vast ocean. Roar! Suddenly, a black iron rod with brilliant immortal multicolored light rushed out from the victorious fighting Buddha's head. A giant golden ape that reached the 9 heavens and stepped on the 9 underworlds appeared. It let out a loud roar that resounded through the heavens, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Emperor of Fighting! Princess Divine Silkworm cried out. Father! The sacred prince shouted. Chapter 1185. The black metal rod shone with dazzling immortal light, auspicious light released in millions and millions of streaks, scattering down on the life-restricted land, producing an expanse of eternal brilliance. The extreme Tao Emperor's might erupted. However, the most shocking thing was still that giant golden ape. Its divine might was matchless, looking down on the world, its might rushing into the 9 heavens, suppressing the 9 hells, its roar shaking up the Big Dipper. Emperor of Fighting! A cry of alarm sounded from the depths of origin ancient mine. When this type of imperial might appeared, it was like a tsunami, as if it was going to cut through 3,000 realms, covering heaven and earth. Its power shook past and present, making even saints tremble in fear. What? The old holy emperor who died in meditation during the archaic years? Why did he appear again? A few ancient race giants were paying attention from the distance. When they saw this scene, they were so scared they began to tremble, almost kneeling on the ground. That imposing figure left them terrified. Holy Emperor, it really is him. After so many years, he lived until now. A few people had previously seen the Emperor of Fighting, seeing his true appearance with their own eyes. When they saw the golden figure that towered between heaven and earth at this moment, they were all stupefied. The Emperor of Fighting had too many legends. He had never been defeated in his entire life, competing against DK on the path of vindication when he was young, and later on, he became a war immortal. His achievements were wondrous, his divine might shocking past and present. Who wouldn't submit to him, who wouldn't fear him? He shocked the world with his battle, displaying his disdain for past and present. That was why he was known as the Emperor of Fighting. In terms of fighting strength alone, it was difficult to find an opponent. He was an emperor in battle, incomparable. The killing intent that rushed out from Origin Ancient Mine was destroyed by this giant golden ape's roar, making the entire Origin Ancient Forbidden Land erupt into chaos. Golden light submerged the ancient mine. The victorious fighting Buddha stood there, his expression absent-minded. There was reminiscence, joy, as well as disappointment and frustration. Only after a long time had passed did he release a sigh. What had passed was still gone in the end, unable to return. His older brother died in meditation, unable to become a war immortal during the archaic years. It wasn't that his aptitude wasn't enough, but rather that the environment didn't allow it, this heaven and earth didn't allow it. In this cosmos, no one could achieve immortality. If one didn't do so, the path of immortality would already be blocked. The black iron rod rose and fell, suspending above the giant golden ape's head. He didn't display anger, but he exuded might. His pressure covered the 9 heavens, overlooking the endless past like a deity. This naturally couldn't be the true emperor of fighting. He didn't respect the heavens and the earth, and he fiercely went against the flow. In order to become a war immortal, he had already fallen over 1,000,000 years ago. This was just the deity contained within the iron rod, reproducing his divine might and majesty. The ancient imperial weapon revived on its own and protected the victorious fighting Buddha, preventing him from being killed by the existence in the ancient mine. An ancient weapon left by the Emperor of Fighting. What do you want? A shout sounded from within the ancient mine, as if it was furious. There were finally some emotional fluctuations, no longer as indifferent as before. Hand it over. An ice-cold divine sense transmitted over. There were only these 2 words. What do you want? The existence in the ancient mine calmed down and regained its ruthlessness and coldness. Absolute beginning life stone. The giant golden ape held the iron stick, coldly gazing at the ancient mine under the swirling mist. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're the Emperor of Fighting? You're just an ancient weapon. The voice in the ancient mine was dignified and domineering, revealing a type of aura that ruled over all living things. Hand it over. The giant golden ape still spoke these 2 words. The black iron rod in its hand pointed forward, and as it walked forward, the entire forbidden area trembled. An ancient imperial weapon wants to fight against me. The voice of the existence in the ancient mine was cold to the extreme. It emitted a wave that overflowed into the sky, shaking the northern region. It wanted to fight. Another existence spoke with a calm voice, saying, "Why did you wait until this era? You've paid so much, so why bother about this? So what if you give him a life stone?" The depths of the life-forbidden land immediately quietened down. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At the end of the Great Earth, the old patriarchs of the archaic imperial clans were all very nervous, paying close attention to all of this. Some people held ancient imperial tokens, seemingly wanting to go over as well. This isn't the archaic era. Even the victorious fighting Buddha will be killed if he goes in. It's better for us to stop here. The giants of the archaic era all experienced many things in order to live to this era. They didn't want to make the existence of the life-forbidden land unhappy, so they silently backed up, not daring to go forward. Only after a long time had passed did the unmatched existence in Origin Ancient Mine that was always opposing them with equal harshness. Sacred Emperor who doesn't respect the heavens or the earth, in the end, didn't you still come here to ask for help? A silvery white life stone flew out. In Divine Silkworm Ridge, Divine Silkworm Princess and many others' faces became snow white. This karma was too great. That was but an unmatched existence, apart from great ancient emperors, who could face him. There might be a great disaster in the future. This made everyone feel a layer of gloominess. What were they supposed to do in the future? Unless they confirmed the Tao, there was no way they could be a supreme being's opponent. The situation is urgent. Everyone needs to increase their strength as soon as possible. An elder in Divine Silkworm Ridge said with good intentions. Origin ancient mine was like a great mountain crushing down on their hearts. Only heaven knew what would happen in the future. That supreme being definitely has an old grudge with my father. However, that's fine. I will head into the starry sky, return when I am strong enough. Sacred Prince said. There isn't much time left. Jeezy said. They all had heaven-warping aptitudes, so if they had enough time, they would definitely rise up. However, if they wanted to contend against a supreme being, then that was hard to say. It was because that was the most terrifying restricted region ruler since the ancient times. In the absolute beginning restricted region, a washbasin-sized life stone appeared in that golden sacred ape's hands. The life essence and Tao radiance it released even more astonishing. Immortal energy descended, surrounding his entire body and the metal rod within. Shwa. In the end, all of this disappeared, turning into a streak of divine splendor, entering the victorious fighting Buddha's body. He walked into the distance step by step, heading out of the life-restricted region. In the distance, a few archaic giants were silent, finding it hard to say anything. There was no lack of one or two archaic emperor race old clan elders, all of them full of reverence towards this old monkey. He entered the absolute beginning alone, his older brother not getting along with the ancient mind's supreme being, yet he didn't lower his head, actually coming out alive, moreover bringing back what he wanted. After who knew how much time had passed, not a single sound could be heard. Deep into the night, a low voice sounded from the depths of the absolute beginning restricted region. However, there was no way the outside world could hear it, completely cut off. That is the Emperor of Fighting's undying will. He failed to transform into a war immortal, and even though he died in meditation for endless ages, he was still unwilling. The victorious fighting Buddha returned safely. Divine Silkworm Ridge erupted with cheers, all of them extremely happy. This was a great matter, something worth celebrating. I wonder what happened to Duanda. He turned into strand after strand of energy, merging into heaven and earth. Could it be that he really died? This was an unsolved mystery. According to normal reasoning, with Duanda's nature, he definitely wouldn't bring about his own destruction. However, everyone personally saw him explode. The victorious fighting Buddha appeared in Divine Silkworm Ridge, handing over this washbasin-sized life stone to them. Uncle, Sacred Prince said with a trembling voice. This stone was exchanged for with the old sacred ape's life. Back then, it was extremely dangerous. I'm fine. As long as you don't become a saint, I won't die in meditation. I will wait until you are strong enough. The victorious fighting Buddha said. He brought several arhats and vajra with him, preparing to return to Western Desert. If that really is the case, then I would rather not become a saint. The monkey said. The victorious fighting Buddha revealed a benevolent expression. Foolish child, everyone will die one day, no one an exception, unless one becomes an immortal. Uncle and your father both find it difficult to succeed. I hope that one day, you can enter immortal domain and become a war immortal, fulfilling your father's wish. Just what kind of existence was hibernating in Origin Ancient Mine? This was something everyone wanted to know the answer to. The old sacred ape only spoke a single sentence. That was a past supreme being, so he felt great restraining fear. He didn't want to say too much out of fear of provoking a great disaster for the later generations. As such, he left. No one could avoid death, unless they achieved immortality. Otherwise, there would be no long life. If one wanted to break through normal reasoning, one had to pay a cruel price. The Heaven's Mandate Rock, Death World's Heart, and Absolute Beginning Life Stone were in their hands, moreover in sufficient quantities. This made their moods fluctuate greatly. The amount of divine essence main, or as they had signified the amount of evolutionary liquid they could refine into. Third stage? They were extremely unwilling. Meanwhile, they had a few portions of precious liquid in their hands that were close to the fourth stage, but hadn't reached it yet. If they used the three main ores to nourish it, they would most likely be able to increase the quality of the divine liquid. I still feel a bit unwilling. If we found another main material, then there would be no need to nourish it, and instead directly extract it. We would be able to refine a lot. Got it. Yi Fan was moved, feeling like they should be able to succeed. They could truly refine the fourth stage evolutionary liquid. Everyone looked over, all of them a bit excited. This was an opportunity to become a saint. If they succeeded, many people would be able to take a crucial step. Chapter 1186. Of course it's the undying celestial medicine, Yi Fan said. There was a clear imprint in the sea of consciousness of a noble in the eternal star region that immortal herbs were the rarest and most precious great herbs. If one could find a perfect one and collect other divine ores, they could refine the evolutionary fluid of the ninth stage to the consummate stage. Unfortunately, since ancient times, it was difficult to find seventh and eighth stage divinity ores, let alone godly medicines. The most sensational news in the past 50,000 years on the main eternal star was that someone had extracted the sixth stage of evolution fluid. Don't tell me you're going to throw in the seeds of the Qilin godly medicine to refine it? The large black dog's expression changed, and he strongly objected. They returned to the heavenly village, because these medicines were too precious, and it was not good to discuss them in the divine silkworm ridge to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course not. The undying celestial medicine was too rare. There were only a few in the Big Dipper star because the ancient emperors had come, and they had brought them from other galaxies. Otherwise, it would be rare to see them. Using the seeds of the undying medicine to refine the evolution fluid was not worth it, because they didn't have other divinity materials, so it was impossible to obtain the ninth stage of the consummate treasured fluid. Moreover, even if they could refine it, they had to consider whether it was worth it. After all, the ancient emperors had one each, and no one had ever heard of using it to refine medicine. On the main eternal star, if the ancient gods obtained the undying medicine, they didn't extract the evolution fluid, but refined it into the 9 turns celestial pill. This was beyond the scope of the treasured fluid, and no one knew how effective it was now, nor could they perfectly restore the ancient method. Nowadays, although some great forces used alchemy methods to refine the evolution fluid, not all the steps were the same as in the ancient times. That was the secret recipe of the ancient gods, and it was difficult for modern people to completely master it. We don't have the perfect undying medicine, but we have the undying true dragon medicine drops. We can add a few drops, Yi Fan said. In the past, he had narrowly escaped death, and obtained some true dragon medicine drops from the coffin of Ruthless in the nest of 10,000 dragons. He distributed them to everyone present, and now they could be used. This kind of thing was too precious, and couldn't be squandered just to refine medicine. Yi Fan felt that a few drops might be enough. Yi Fan said, "It's just a few drops, so don't use them all. After all, this kind of thing only belongs to the ancient emperors, and every drop can save our lives in the future." A few drops. That's too little. It's most likely ineffective. Killing St. Chi Luo shook his head. He was also participating in the discussion. Gai Jiuyo sent the ancestral ginseng liquid and the divine phoenix immortal herb back. He only consumed a portion of it. Let's use it to extract the evolution fluid this time, the Black Emperor said with a pained expression. The divine phoenix immortal herb was rooted in the Purple Mountain. Back then, before Yi Fan set foot on the ancient path of the universe and returned to Earth, the Black Emperor had found a few drops for him to preserve his life. After Yi Fan returned to the other side of the starry sky, he met the ancestral ginseng in Changbai Mountain and was gifted with some of its medicinal droplets. It was a type of half-divine medicine. Yi Fan had hardly used these 2 items and had given them to Gai Jiuyo when he returned 2 years ago. However, this matchless expert only used a small amount, returning it to Heaven Village. These were all heaven-defying items, and now they had to be used to refine the evolution fluid. Everyone felt pained. It would be impossible to have these life-saving treasured medicines after they were used up. Put 2 drops of the immortal medicine of the true dragon and immortal phoenix, and 9 drops of the ancestral ginseng liquid. Leave the rest in the heavenly village. If anyone encounters a calamity in the future, this might be a life-saving straw. Yi Fan said. He didn't want to use all of these heaven-defying treasured liquids. He had to keep some for future use. Although the amount of immortal herb added was very little, It was extremely precious. They estimated that it was equivalent to one of the main ingredients and could be used to extract the fourth stage of the evolution fluid. We have the main ingredients, but we lack the divine supplementary ingredients, Yen Ishi said with a frown. One had to know that refining the evolution fluid required too many divine ingredients. The main ingredients were indispensable, and a large number of supplementary minerals were also needed. There should be quite a few supplementary ingredients on the Rock of Destiny that we can continue to use. We'll think of a way to purchase the rest from all over the world, Yifan said. Back then, the purple-eyed girl and her sister were refining the divine liquid near Undying Mountain. Later on, they acted violently when they were about to leave, but Yifan counterattacked and brought back an entire pond of precious liquid. The liquid inside the pond built from the Rock of Destiny had long since dried up, but the divine minerals were still there. Some of them could still be used. They've gathered very few ingredients and can only extract the initial liquid. We have to search the entire world. The sacred prince frowned. If the divine main ingredients are abundant, then even if the supplementary ingredients are a bit less, or even incomplete, it won't be a problem, Yifan said. He brought out the liquid he obtained from the Immortal Ascension Pond and prepared to use a portion to extract the evolution fluid. If the fourth stage of evolution could be completed, it would be enough for Yifan to reach a higher level. It was just that it was too difficult to become a saint, and he most likely needed to use the fifth stage of the evolution fluid. However, as long as he could reach a higher level, it would be enough for him to fight an ancient saint. That was because he was about to have this kind of capital, and he only needed to reach a higher level. Similarly, GZ and the Sacred Prince were also like this. They were destined to be unable to use the fourth stage of the evolution fluid to become saints because their constitutions were just as terrifying as Yifan's. However, for Yen Ishi, Li Heishui, and the others, this was good news. If they could successfully refine the fourth stage of the evolution fluid, they would be able to consolidate it step by step in the future, and they might even be able to become saints in the end. Their constitutions were not bottomless pits like Yifan and the Sacred Prince. Right, since the supplementary divine materials are insufficient, then let's increase the main ingredients. The Killing Saints said. The absolute beginning life stone was as big as a wash basin, and no matter how they squandered it, it was impossible to use it all up. The Rock of Destiny was also quite considerable, and it was so big that it formed a pond. Our blood can also be added in. Jizi said. He was the son of an ancient great emperor and had inherited the precious blood of the great Tao of Void. It was the most precious, and if it could be refined, it would definitely be a great medicine in the world. Very well. The Sacred Prince agreed. This time, they could only succeed and not fail because they had paid a great price for it. Yifan also nodded. He had the human race's sacred physique, and on the Lord Eternal Star, he was known as the indestructible golden body. The value of his blood was immeasurable, so he immediately began to refine it himself. Not long after, an alluring fragrance wafted over. Within Yifan's room, the jade container was enshrouded with auspicious and peaceful radiance. The luster of the golden blood was astonishing. This was the blood essence he had extracted from within his body. The golden liquid rolled down from his wrist drop by drop, and its fragrance immediately filled the entire courtyard. When he left, the little baldy Hua was the first to run over. He gulped down his saliva and stared at the jade container. The Black Emperor said, "He hasn't even become a saint yet his blood has already turned into a precious liquid. If he succeeds in the future, tsk, I'm drooling." A rich fragrance similarly wafted over from the other two courtyards. GZ and the Sacred Prince had also extracted their blood essence, and all kinds of visions lingered around them. Their life auras were respectively inherited from the ancient Great Emperor and Archaic Emperor. If the refinement is successful, there will be no need to fear saints. Everyone was naturally excited. Afterwards, everyone became very busy. They split up and went to various large auction houses. They walked into some ancient medicine pavilions and began to search for supplementary divine materials, spending heaven-grade money to purchase them. This formed a storm. In a short period of time, the prices of all kinds of strange items and materials began to soar, multiplying. The people of the heavenly village and the celestial court were all mobilized. They didn't hesitate to pay any price, rushing east and west, trekking through the central province, entering the western desert, and going as far as the southern mountains. For everyone, there was good news every day, because the people of the northern Dipper Star region had never refined the evolutionary liquid before. Many minerals could be seen, and they hadn't gone extinct. However, what made people depressed was that some things couldn't be found from start to finish. They didn't exist on this ancient planet at all. After all, if the people of the Eternal Kingdom wanted to refine the precious liquid, they would enter deep into the starry sky every time, mining on many withered stars. They weren't limited to a single place. In the end, the large black dog clamored and led some youths of the heavenly village to drive the mothership, rushing into the starry sky. Many people were dumbstruck. Mother asterisk Kerr, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are you looking at me? Have you never seen such a heroic hero of the universe? However, a large dog driving a spaceship was really a bit out of the ordinary. They didn't plan to travel far, only searching in the nearby star regions. At the same time, it was also to test the voyage and grasp all kinds of essentials. In the following month, the Black Emperor really led people to find some divine ores. They mined them on ancient planets one after another, and they had great harvests. However, when the mothership encountered an ancient saint in outer space, they didn't take any more risks, because they almost died. The path of immortal ascension is about to open, and there will be ancient saints coming from the northern Dipper Star region from time to time. If we go into outer space without permission, we might encounter a great disaster. In the end, they could only place their hopes on this ancient planet with life, hoping that they could find enough ores. Actually, we've already collected 60 to 70% of the auxiliary divine materials. Perhaps we can refine them now. Dongfeng, you said. No. The sacred prince shook his head. If they were going to do it, they had to succeed. Otherwise, if they were ruined, it would be too much of a waste of so many precious divine materials. Something's wrong. Right now, all the major auction houses, as well as the famous ancient medicine pavilion and mining areas, have people sweeping through them. They're even crazier than us. Li Heishui brought bad news. Competitors had appeared, and now there were people fighting to compete with them. They specialized in purchasing all kinds of divine ores. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that they had acted earlier and had the initiative. They had almost bought all the most valuable things. Poor they. Old Saber Honcho's eyes flickered with an ominous glint. They're not to be trifled with. There's the Fire Qilin Caves royalty and the Blood Phoenix Mountain Saint. They've personally issued orders to collect all kinds of ores. Li Heishui said. They've finally made their move. Yi Fan nodded. Several of the theocrats and some of the ancient theocrats had captured some captives. These days, they had been working hard to make a series of arrangements, clamoring to attack Eternal Lord Star while digesting the information they had obtained from the captives. These 2 days, there were spaceships flying in the sky from time to time. Clearly, they were testing the voyage. Moreover, some of the big shots of Eternal Lord Planet had survived and fallen into the hands of royalty like Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain. The heaven-defying medicinal formula of the evolution liquid would definitely be extracted. We've seized the initiative. Their harvest won't be that great, said the Black Emperor. In reality, this was indeed the case. The people in charge of purchasing ores from Fire Qilin Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain were hopping mad. They could still hear about all kinds of strange materials in the past, but now it was very difficult to find them. Wu, continue to purchase. Once the 4th stage of the evolution liquid is formed, we can fight saints, said Yifan. On this day, killing Saint Chi Luo's body was covered in wounds. He came back dripping with blood, and half of his body was about to rot. Everyone jumped in fright and went to support him. You've been injured several times in these years. What exactly happened? Said the Black Emperor. This actually wasn't the first time. I've always been paying attention to hell and the human world, and they've long since sensed my existence. This time I was stopped, but the harvest was also great. I obtained some divine materials. He placed a pile of flickering objects on the ground, and they immediately attracted everyone's attention. They were all extremely special ores. They were necessary supplementary materials, and he had actually collected them. Chapter 1187. As a saint of killing, Qi Luo walked the path of killing to prove his Dao. Normally, he would come and go without a trace by using the secret arts of the celestial court. Especially after Yi Fan taught him the line's secret art, he had reached the acme of perfection. In this world, including the 10,000 ancient races, there weren't many people who could stop him and injure him. After all, he was an ancient saint who had mastered the line's secret art. He could go anywhere in the world. But now, he was injured to such a state and almost died. This made people feel a chill in their hearts. Hell and the human world were the two ancient killer dynasties. They were incomparably mysterious and difficult to destroy. In ancient times, they were known to assassinate all over the world. Even saints had to bear grudges. Their ancient palace was built from the skulls of kings of various physiques. The floor was paved with the divine skin of saints. It was the most terrifying place in the world. During these years, killing Saint Qi Luo had been paying attention to them. The two divine dynasties had also noticed the rise of a killing saint in the celestial court, so they had always been targeting them. This is the 4th time I've been injured. Fortunately, I wasn't intercepted, Qi Luo said. During the desolate antiquity era, the celestial court was destroyed by these two divine dynasties. It could be said that they were mortal enemies and wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. We'll deal with them sooner or later, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. In the past, the two divine dynasties had attacked Yi Fan many times, causing him to suffer several disasters and almost dying. Later on, he killed the goddess of hell and the divine son of the human world. Only then did he step on the ancient path of the starry sky. Without a doubt, the celestial court and the two divine dynasties were enemies. One side would fall sooner or later. Otherwise, there would be no solution. Put it aside for now. When a few experts from the celestial court that can fight saints appear, we'll settle the score with them, killing Saint Qi Luo said. He swallowed some medicine and operated his mysterious art. Flesh and blood slowly grew out from the damaged half of his body. However, this process was very slow because of the terrifying murderous intent contained within. He was injured by a terrifying saint of the killing Dao. In the human world and hell, before the natural laws of heaven and earth changed, there were already two terrifying killing saints. They were neither human nor ghost, their lifespans didn't have much time left, but they still didn't die. After living until now, they were definitely even more terrifying. Qi Luo took action and destroyed the other party's two small worlds. The divinity ores he brought back were sparkling and incomparably precious. He solved a major problem. Yi Fan said, "Senior, although you're injured, you've given us a reminder. There are some things that we need to think of ways to obtain. Great forces with long legacies and deep foundations should have some in their hands." At present, he had collected quite a lot of divinity ores, and he still lacked the most crucial supplementary materials. If he obtained them, he could immediately extract them. Everyone was looking forward to it. As long as they became stronger, they would have the opportunity to break through and reach the next level. Killer Saint Qi Luo was very open-minded. He didn't care about momentary success or failure. He had suffered many injuries in the past few years. His state of mind was tranquil and very calm. After we break through, we'll be able to contend against ancient saints. At that time, we'll launch a counterattack against the human world and hell. We'll return the favor and flatten their orthodoxies. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, GZ, and the others all had this kind of potential. Once they advanced, even if they couldn't become saints, they would still have that kind of terrifying combat strength. In the following days, they worked hard and did everything possible to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures in preparation for refining the evolution liquid. And during this process, the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and other ancient races were also buying and doing everything they could to excavate the divinity ores. GZ and the Sacred Prince were the main force. They traveled between the human and ancient races respectively to communicate with the most powerful holy lands and the archaic royal families to purchase the divine materials in their treasury. These great forces with long legacies and long histories had extraordinarily deep foundations. The heavenly village used all kinds of treasures to exchange for several kinds of rare ores. Yi Fan naturally also took action. He was already a future Yuan Taoist master. When he traveled between the mountains and rivers, he could tell with a single glance whether or not there were divine materials inside. During this period of time, he personally excavated many rare spiritual objects. It had to be said that the Big Dipper star region contained too many vitality and wondrous objects. When they were on the Eternal Lord star, in order to extract the evolution liquid, the great powers had to travel countless light years and enter many star domains before they could barely gather enough. No one had ever refined the evolution liquid in the Big Dipper source of life. That was why they were able to preserve the necessary ores, allowing them to succeed. What? A piece of water marrow essence was stolen? The Black Emperor flew into a rage when he heard this. The heavenly village was in an uproar. Everyone was furious because they had paid a great price. This piece of water marrow essence was exchanged for great luo silver essence, but someone actually intercepted it halfway. It was truly hateful. Many special divine supplementary materials were needed to extract the evolution liquid. Among them, there were 4 that were absolutely necessary: Earth Dragon Essence, Fire God Stone, Wind Bone Wood, and Water Marrow Essence. These materials were difficult to replace. The Sacred Prince paid a visit to an archaic royal clan and was prepared to use the great luo silver essence stored in the heavenly village to exchange. The other party reluctantly agreed. After that, the Sacred Prince rushed to the next location. In the end, the people from the heavenly village went to exchange, but the water marrow essence was intercepted along the way. It's the people from the Fire Qilin Cavern. Right now, the major races have learned about the evolution liquid from the captives and are moving everywhere. They also went to that royal clan to exchange but were a step too late. That's why they attacked us. After learning of the situation, the Sacred Prince was furious and prepared to take action. And at this time, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others just happened to return from outside. After hearing this, they immediately agreed to make the other party pay the price. Not long after, Yi Fan and GZ also disappeared. One had to admit that the monkey had a fiery temper. Even if the Fire Qilin Cavern was an archaic royal clan, it still caused him to stomp his feet in anger. The Sacred Prince took action along the way. He intercepted all the people from the Fire Qilin Cavern who were purchasing ores outside and seized all of their ores. Sacred Prince, you've gone too far. Treating my Fire Qilin Cavern like this, are you not afraid of the consequences? The people from the Fire Qilin Cavern were also anxious. They didn't hesitate to use their weapons against each other. Return my water marrow essence, or else don't blame me for starting a massacre. Water marrow essence? There must be some misunderstanding. A half-saint from the Fire Qilin Cavern was stunned. He went to ask someone on his side. However, the final battle couldn't be avoided. There might be some misunderstanding, but after the ancient prince, the Fire Qilin, received the news, he personally declared that he wouldn't return it. It was because the monkey had also seized a portion of their divine materials. Li Heishui immediately became anxious. The ores they plundered later on couldn't compare to the water marrow essence at all. That was a divine material that couldn't be lacking and was extremely crucial. Tell them that after injuring so many of our people, if I say I won't return it, then I won't return it. The Fire Qilin Cavern made this decision. When the archaic royal clans were preparing to counterattack the Eternal Lord Star, because of the evolution liquid, small-scale battles and chaos erupted. The evolution liquid was destined to incite a great upheaval. The Sacred Prince was naturally furious. He felt that the Fire Qilin was going too far, so he began to kill the people who were leaving the Fire Qilin Cavern and plunder the divine ores without restraint. Sacred Prince, since you all feel that the water marrow essence is precious, can we purchase it at a high price? A saint from the Fire Qilin Cavern was alarmed. Although the Fire Qilin Cavern was an archaic royal clan, they weren't willing to provoke the battle-sacred ape bloodline. After all, that old monkey was still alive and too terrifying. However, there was a knot in the hearts of the Fire Qilin and the Sacred Prince. It originated from that battle back then when the Sacred Prince was killed. The Fire Qilin and the others who had helped the 8 divine generals felt that they had suffered a setback. During these years, both sides had a knot in their hearts. They wanted to have a battle that didn't involve their respective royal clans' resources. It was just a battle between the ancient princes to see who was stronger and who was weaker. However, this wasn't what the victorious fighting Buddha and the older generation of the Fire Qilin Cavern were willing to see. Thus, they had always been at peace. It was just that the two princes had always wanted to clash. Now that the Fire Qilin had made such a decision, it naturally angered the sacred prince. It was clear that he wanted to turn this into a true battle. However, the Fire Qilin had underestimated the monkey's fury. He didn't want to wait until the decisive battle and directly attacked without restraint. Yes, at this time, the sacred prince was challenging the saints. Let the Fire Qilin come. Otherwise, don't block my path. So what if you're a saint? I don't fear you. The monkey roared. This saint before him was a bit neglectful because he was from the imperial clan. Although he was still advising him with kind words, there was no lack of threat in his words. Sacred Prince, all things should be peaceful. The victorious fighting Buddha is already old and might die soon. I believe he also hopes that you can live in peace with our clan. Hua Yunxing was an ancient saint with an extraordinary cultivation. He came from the Fire Qilin Cavern and was a member of the imperial clan. Even though the ancient emperor bloodline had already thinned out by his generation, it still made his status seem extraordinary. Since you want to live in peace, why did you rob my water marrow essence? Are you bullying my battle's sacred ape bloodline because my uncle is already old? The monkey was unyielding. The other party's words were full of thorns, and he couldn't help but want to fight. This is what the prince said himself. I didn't say that. Take a step back, isn't it just a piece of water marrow essence? I believe the prince isn't willing to make a big fuss over this. The victorious fighting Buddha is really not young anymore. He definitely hopes that our two great imperial clans can live in peace. Perhaps in a few years, you will be the only one left of the sacred ape bloodline. Sigh, I like to speak the truth. Don't say that the prince doesn't like it. This battle was naturally unavoidable. The sacred prince wasn't rash and came prepared. His true body entered an ancient sacred Mecca and fought against Hua Yunxing. The prince has such an ancient sacred war tool. No wonder you're so fearless. However, it's still a bit lacking compared to a true saint. Now that the world knows that the victorious fighting Buddha can't be provoked, I naturally don't dare to anger him. I can only capture the prince and send him to Mount Meru, Hua Yunxing said. Aren't you just looking for an excuse to break my Dao heart? Come and give it a try. The sacred prince sneered. Li Heishui, Dong Fangyi, and the others watched the battle. They weren't anxious and their expressions were calm. When they left Heavenly Village, even though the monkey was angry, he wasn't impulsive. He had already informed Yi Fan and GZ. Hua Yunxing's eyes were cold and revealed a strange expression. That was because the sacred prince entered the ancient sacred Mecca and was unstoppable. He was momentarily shocked and found it hard to take him down. He originally wanted to defeat the monkey. Even though he didn't dare to do it too obviously, he could still make the monkey taste the bitterness of defeat and affect his Dao heart. However, he didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with. Suddenly, two powerful fluctuations appeared on the battlefield. They rushed over together and attacked Hua Yunxing. Yi Fan and GZ appeared. They both entered the ancient sacred Mecca. 5-colored divine light swirled behind one, while the other ignored the void as if it was nothing. They immediately attacked. The three great experts all entered the ancient sacred war tool. Their strength soared and all of them reached the saint level. Even though Hua Yunxing had a thin ancient emperor bloodline, he still couldn't stop it. He roared out in anger again and again. Soon after, half of his body was blasted apart by the monkey's fist. Bloody light flashed. GZ mysteriously appeared and disregarded distance and space to cut off his head. 5-colored divine light swirled behind Yi Fan. Chaotic energy was hazy. 5 precious swords hacked down, mincing his flesh apart and turning it into a bloody mist. Chapter 1188. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred prince worked together and destroyed the headless body of an ancient saint from the fire Qilin cave, turning him into a mist of blood. The great Tao rumbled. Void essence appeared between GZ's hands. Layers of light rippled like water, forming a cycle of life and death there, binding the severed head, preventing its primordial spirit from escaping. Behind Yi Fan, the five-colored divine light appeared once again. The five treasured swords slashed downwards, smashing that saint's head into pieces. Lustrous white bone fragments and saint blood splashed out, and the primordial spirit cried out in fear. The sacred prince let out a long roar. The golden fur on his entire body stood on end, dazzling and sparkling. The 9 revolutions heavenly art was activated, and it was unyielding and domineering. The primordial spirit was covered in cracks, and it was on the verge of dispersing. No! Hui Yunshen cried out loudly. He never expected that he, an ancient saint, would be defeated by 3 Dao-severing experts, and now his life couldn't be preserved, thus vanishing like smoke into thin air. Spare his life in exchange for the mother water marrow. Yi Fan stopped the sacred prince. Sacred prince thought for a bit. He didn't want to completely break off relations with an archaic imperial clan either. The fire Qilin cavern was deep and immeasurable. That was the inheritance of an ancient emperor with a powerful bloodline. In the past, they could look down on the entire archaic immortal realms, and now they could still dominate the world. The fire Qilin was infuriated. When he saw the primordial spirit of the ancient saint that was sent back, his eyebrows shot up. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and the ancient sovereign blood flowed in his slender and muscular body, giving off a thunderous sound. Even for the far ancient royal family, sages were the strongest combat power and were indispensable. The mother water marrow was sent back, but in exchange, she received a primordial spirit that was almost destroyed. The fire Qilin couldn't take this lying down. He smashed the entire tea table with one palm, causing the fire Qilin cave to gush with multicolored light and propitious qi to drown the entire important land of the ancient royal family. What are you doing? Hua Lin appeared. Her blue hair fell to her waist and was so bright that it could be seen as a mirror. Her figure was graceful, and she had bright eyes and white teeth. She was as graceful and intelligent as a fairy. I'm going to fight that monkey to determine who's stronger. Fire Qilin said. There was a knot in his heart. Back then, the battle where the heavenly prince died was something he couldn't accept. Even now, he still couldn't let it go. Hua Lin warned him, saying, the victorious fighting Buddha is about to pass away and doesn't have many years left to live. It's not worth it to provoke that monkey now. If that old sacred ape goes crazy before his death and clears all the obstacles for his nephew, our race might not be able to endure it. I can provoke him, have a fair battle with him, untie the knot in my heart, and cut down his arrogance. The fire Qilin said. His eyes were like 2 divine lamps, resplendent and intimidating. His aura was like a mountain, making the half-saints in the ancient cave tremble. Hua Lin objected and said, don't do these things. We will use the mothership we seized to head to the outer realms and make a trip to the eternal Lord Star. Then, we will head to our race's true ancestral land. We can temper ourselves there and become the strongest under the starry skies. The Big Dipper star region was in a state of unrest. Traces of saints were appearing in the outer realms, coming for the path of immortality. Winds and clouds were stirring up the great earth. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the expedition to the eternal Lord Star hadn't dissipated yet and was becoming more and more intense. Now, apart from preparing to enter the outer realms and attack the eternal Lord Star, the most powerful archaic races were also discussing the most powerful evolutionary liquid. In the recent days, undercurrents were surging. Many king races were aware of this and were all fighting over the divine ores to store them. It was to the extent where the news of an ancient saint being killed in the fire Qilin cave was known by others. This was a great disturbance that couldn't be calmed down because of the evolutionary liquid. The most powerful evolutionary liquid actually exists. It's truly heaven-defying. We must obtain it. Those ants look weak and only know how to rely on external objects, but they are also extraordinary. This kind of precious liquid that can promote bloodline evolution is truly extraordinary. We must obtain it. Let's fight into the Eternal Lord Star region and seize their evolutionary liquid for our use. The 10,000 ancient races were discussing fervently. Every single one of them was very excited. They began to search for divine ores while preparing for the expedition. Now, the entire world was moving because of this matter. This was a chaotic situation. Before the expedition, before the great battle had even begun, the disturbance of the evolutionary liquid had already begun to spread through the Big Dipper star region. All the races were restless and couldn't calm down. All kinds of battles broke out from time to time, all for the sake of resources. In the following half a month, there would be bloodshed from time to time. Fortunately, it was all within a controllable range and didn't develop into a storm. Now, all kinds of valuable ores had reached sky-high prices in the various auction houses. Very few people were selling them, and everyone was hoarding them. Unfortunately, there weren't many truly valuable things left. Yi Fan and the others had seized the initiative, but it was already too late for the other great powers to follow suit. There were a few divine supplementary materials that couldn't be lacked. Among them, the Mother Water Marrow was recovered, allowing everyone from the heavenly village to sigh in relief. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had the Fire God Stone on him. It was a stone that was fiery red like jade and had been obtained on the ancient starry sky path just like the Death World Heart. Meanwhile, the crucial Earth Dragon essence had also made some progress. Wang Shu, Dumbo, and Xianxia had been walking around the mountains these days, searching for the dragon veins and gazing at the Earth Qi. Xianxia was a descendant of the Yuan Daoist master. Yi Fan was able to obtain the Heavenly Book of Source because of his guidance. Now, Yi Fan had already returned the book to the Zhang family. As for Wang Shu and Dumbo, they were known as the Silver Blood Emperors. They were originally part of the mining order that Yi Fan had established back then, and they had been trained by the Black Emperor to the Dao-severing realm. Immemorial silver blood flowed within their bodies. Back then, this race was known as the uncrowned emperors with terrifying strength. Now, their potential had been awakened in their bodies. Grandpa Zhang and the others are in trouble. Gu Fei and Gu Lin were the descendants of the marvelous diviner. Just like Yi Tong and Little K, they were the hope of the younger generation of the celestial court. Currently, the two of them were helpless against the saints, but they could perform divination on other people. Of course, they couldn't go too deep and could only perform some basic safety issues. When Yi Fan heard this, he immediately stepped into the domain gate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Naturally, he wouldn't let anything happen to these people. Moreover, he had a clue about the Earth Dragon essence, and he would soon be able to refine the evolution fluid. There couldn't be any problems at this critical moment. This was a barren mountain range where not even a blade of grass grew. It could be called a barren land. It was precisely here that Xianxia and the others discovered the Earth Dragon Essence's aura. Yes, this is the place. There should be an Earth Dragon Essence underground. Yi Fan nodded inwardly. At present, he was the #1 Genesis technique expert in the world. Not only had Xianxia and the others found this place, but several Genesis technique worlds of the northern region had also found this place. There were even some ancients following behind them. One could imagine the extent of the competition for the divinity ores over the past few days. Even the ancients had gone to ask the human Genesis technique aristocratic families to take action. Xianxia and the Silver Blood Emperors were trapped in a valley. If not for the uncrowned king's powerful bloodline, they would most likely have been attacked. Has the human race's sacred physique, Yi Fan, returned? The Mixed Sky clan was ranked among the 10 strongest ancient royal clans. This wasn't some vicious 10 clans, but one of the 10 strongest royal clans outside of the royal clan. In the recent war, they weren't affected, but they had seized some battleships. They had learned a lot of facts and completely understood the secrets of the evolution fluid. Recently, 3 half-sages had led a team and asked the Genesis technique aristocratic families to search for the divinity ores for them. They had intercepted Xianxia and the others here. If you don't speak, you won't be able to leave today. You can only die here. No one can save you. Speak quickly. Has the human race's sacred physique returned? What secrets did he bring back? Don't tell me you want us to search his soul? The Silver Blood Emperors protected Zhang Wuye and retreated without fear. They had the array platform given to them by the Black Emperor. Breaking out of the encirclement and protecting themselves was not a problem. Boom. Suddenly, the Genesis chi in the earth veins boiled and turned into giant swords that soared into the sky. They exploded among the ancients on the spot. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a large number of them died. Yi Fan strode over. When his true body appeared, the group of ancients was so shocked that they all retreated. His name was like a tree's shadow, and the group of people turned pale. You're really back? The three half-sages retreated. Their scalps were numb, their hair stood on end, and they had goosebumps. What kind of person was Yi Fan? Everyone knew about the Big Dipper. He was not afraid of the ancients. He had even killed the Celestial Prince and destroyed the 8 divine generals. The things he had done were shocking. The three half-sages' faces were drained of blood. They rushed into the distance, and the others also scattered like birds and beasts. However, it was too late. Yi Fan had used a Genesis technique. There was a large amount of Genesis energy in this mountain range, which was under his control. It immediately turned into a blood-red battlefield. No one could escape. Yi Fan's Genesis technique was extraordinary. He used a forbidden Genesis technique to sweep this place in all directions. The three half-sages exploded one after another and died. Earth Dragon Essence. An hour later, Zhang Wuye was excited. He hadn't thought that he would be able to dig out such an item in his lifetime. He picked up a stone egg from under a large piece of divine source. It was warm all over and contained a powerful life force. It was also Yi Fan's first time seeing it. This was a wondrous object born from divine source. It had condensed with the essence of the earth and turned into an egg shape. It was called Earth Dragon Essence. It had nurtured a large amount of life essence. Powerful earth essence chi. It's really a good fortune. People of the underground cave, come out. I don't care who you are. Hand over the Earth Dragon Essence and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, there won't even be a corpse left. An arrogant and conceited voice was heard. A group of people stood in the mountain range and blocked the entrance to the underground cave. You're trying to snatch it from me. Yi Fan sneered. From this, it could be imagined that the undercurrents were surging so fiercely. To what extent was the fight over the divine ore? Who are you people? The 2 Silver Blood Emperors were the first to come out. First King Tribe. A young man said proudly. His skin was fair and not much different from a human's. The only difference was that he had a divine ring behind his head. Yi Fan's heart was moved. He had heard the sacred prince say that apart from the ancient imperial family, the first king tribe was known as the number 1 of the 10 great king tribes. They were much stronger than the Mixed Sky tribe and the Demon Ox King tribe. Offer up your Earth Dragon Essence and kneel to the side. I'll spare your lives, the young man said. The group of people behind him shouted loudly. Their divine voices were deafening. Every one of them had a divine ring behind their head that was dazzling. I thought it was Huang Shudao, the Fire Qilin, and the Dragon Lady of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. Yi Fan walked out while supporting Zhang Wuye. He glanced at them indifferently. You're the human race's holy physique, Yi Fan. You've really returned. The young man's expression changed on the spot. He was indeed very powerful and was known as an outstanding talent outside of the ancient imperial family. However, at this moment, his face was pale and he was incomparably frightened. That's right, it's me. Do you want me to kneel? Yi Fan asked. No, there's a misunderstanding here. I thought it was my enemy here, the young man from the first king tribe said in a trembling voice. He immediately fled, and the others followed. They knew very well that this was a killing star. Even the ancient imperial family was slaughtered without hesitation, let alone a descendant of the 10 great king tribes. Bloody light covered the sun. Yi Fan used his Genesis technique and drowned everyone. A large amount of blood vapor rose, and miserable screams rose one after another. In this place, there was an underground dragon vein that contained endless Genesis chi. Yi Fan was practically invincible and could challenge a saint. With the earth dragon essence in hand, Yi Fan and the others returned to the heavenly village. Now, they only lacked one crucial supplementary material, the wind bone wood. After gathering the main divinity materials, over 100 supplementary materials, the earth dragon essence, fire god stone, wind bone wood, and water marrow mother were indispensable. They represented the 4 divinities of earth, fire, wind, and water. 2 days later, good news came. When Yi Tong was searching in the central region, the current holy master of the Feng tribe, Wind Phoenix, gifted him a piece of wind bone wood. This moved Yi Fan's heart. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Now that all kinds of divine materials were gathered, he could finally refine the evolution liquid. We have all the materials. Moreover, the Genesis Life Stone, the Heart of the Death Realm, and the Destiny Divine Rock are in large quantities. The refined precious liquid should be enough. Chapter 1189. Heavenly Village was a peaceful small world, established by ancient sages. The mountain peaks were beautiful, there were many spiritual springs and silver waterfalls, the valley walls extraordinary, old pines taking root, the scenery magnificent. At this moment, a cauldron was rising and falling. Hazy mists surrounded it, releasing a medicinal fragrance that refreshed one's mind. Yi Fan and the others did not waste any time. After gathering all the divine materials, they immediately started refining the strongest evolution fluid. The Heavens Mandate Divine Rock, Heart of Death World, Absolute Beginning Life Stone, Immortal Elixir, Divine Blood, and other main materials were thrown in one after another. Then, over 100 supplementary materials, each of which was priceless, were all combined into one furnace. When choosing a pill furnace, everyone specially discussed it. At first, they wanted to use the goddess furnace, but later on, they rejected this idea. Even though this was the ancient great sage's precious furnace, and it was forged with the help of Hengyu Great Emperor, it wasn't suitable for medicine refinement. It was too domineering and unyielding, but it wasn't peaceful enough. The fire energy inside was too heavy, and it possessed an offensive nature. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to use Yi Fan's cauldron to extract the evolution liquid. He was just right. This was because the source energy of all living things was a type of supreme immortal energy that existed during the creation of the heavens. Refining the precious liquid might be able to play a crucial role. Moreover, the reason he didn't choose the goddess furnace was because it wasn't a specialized furnace. Its killing intent was too great, and after killing who knew how many experts over the years, it had never been cleansed or refined. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's cauldron was different. As the source energy of all things, it had never been tainted by the mortal world. It was innately isolated from the aura of death, transcending the world. Regardless of whether it was a weapon or a medicinal cauldron, this cauldron was a supreme existence in the world. It was likely that Emperor Vicious had considered all aspects when choosing this cauldron. The spiritual spring gurgled, the ancient pine trees stood tall, the silver moon hung high in the sky, the village of heaven was completely silent. The great cauldron rose and fell. Many people didn't feel sleepy, all of them staring at it. They clearly knew that it would take several months, but they still felt excited. This carried their hopes. All life source energy swirled, stirring up the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Streak after streak of stellar splendor scattered down, in the end becoming a vast expanse of whiteness, all of it flowing into the cauldron. That place was overflowing with clouds and multicolored light. The cauldron was wrapped within immortal energy, producing endless life force. All types of Tao radiance were faintly discernible, making it look mysterious and unfathomable. The extraction of the strongest evolution liquid was progressing smoothly. There were people watching over it at all times, not allowing the slightest mistake. Because of this, Killing Saint sat under an ancient tree, allowing the leaves to fall and the ancient vines to sway. He didn't move at all, as if he was petrified there. The most powerful evolutionary liquid had great implications. It might be able to allow Imperial Court to soar into the heavens. It was related to the future of this inheritance. He had to personally sit in seclusion for several months without moving. As for the others, they were all like this as well. Every day, they would take turns to stand guard over him, and the large black dog was even more fervent. He was almost drooling, and didn't leave his side for even a moment. The captives from the 12 royal families were all shocked. They had never thought that they could gather enough divine materials to refine the 4th stage of the evolution liquid. This was simply a miracle. In Eternal Kingdom, if the top forces wanted to start a furnace, they would have to prepare for hundreds of years. They would search through the ancient star field one after another, but they might not be able to find the divinity ores they needed. How could the people here say that they wanted to smelt the divinity ores immediately? The Eternal Kingdom didn't trust Yi Fan. There were people watching over their sea of consciousness to correct the flaws in the refining process. Of course, Yi Fan and the others didn't trust them. There were people watching over their sea of consciousness to correct the flaws in the refining process. For the first few days, everyone stayed close to each other. After half a month, they finally calmed down and began to do their own things. Extracting the 4th stage of evolution liquid wasn't easy. It was very complicated. Even with the methods of the ancient gods, it would take 4 months at least. During these days, the outside world was even more restless. There were many bloody incidents. The races fought over the divine ores. This wasn't a secret. Everyone knew about the evolution liquid. However, no one could refine it on their own, so they couldn't gather the most important main material. Let's go on an expedition to the Eternal Lord planet. They have the evolution liquid there, and the great clans must have accumulated a lot of materials in their treasury. War and attack. This became a consensus. It turned into a storm. The ancient great clans all wanted to go on an expedition and occupy the Eternal Lord planet. For revenge and to obtain the strongest bloodline evolution liquid, it was worth it to charge into the galaxy. The people of the heavenly village completely calmed down. Li Heishui, Li Tian, the large black dog, and the others were relatively calm. They went out to look for treasures from time to time. They had a relaxed attitude and looked for ores. Yi Fan left for 2 years. It wasn't a long time. When the heavenly village's medicine refinement was on the right track and everything stabilized, he started to look for some old friends. Unfortunately, Gai Juyo, Divine King Jiang, and the others were elusive. He couldn't find them at all. Then, he went to an important place of the demon race to see the Red Dragon Daoist, the Peacock King, and the others. He also secretly went to the Jiang family to see little Tingting, which made her very excited. He also went to the Jade Pool to see his friends and observe the 9 orifices divine fetus. He also left his footprints in the Western Desert, Southern Mountains, Central State, and Northern Plains. However, he didn't see in Miaoi in the Buddha Nation. She sealed herself in the 9-story stone tower and cultivated in seclusion for 2 years. Southern Region, Supreme Mystery Clumsy Peak. Weeds grew everywhere, and broken walls were in ruins. The scenery was the same as before. The progress of Zhang Wenchang's cultivation was really very slow. After so many years, he was still in the dragon transformation mystery realm. He hadn't ascended to the celestial platform yet. Yi Fan was quite speechless when he saw this. However, after careful observation, he discovered that Zhang Wenchang's Dao foundation was very solid, so much so that it was too solid. It was really built up bit by bit. Just like how Yi Fan treated Komatsu so strictly, Li Ruoyu didn't allow Zhang Wenchang to break through easily. Every step he took was very steady. When they met again, Zhang Wenchang was more composed. Even when talking about his wife, children, and parents, he could face them calmly. The hair on his temples was dyed white, and there was a kind of vicissitudes in his eyes. "If there's a chance to go back, will you make a move?" Yi Fan asked. And now, the heavenly village had 2 motherships that could perform spatial warp. He knew the coordinates of Earth in the starry sky, so he could naturally set foot on the way back. However, if he wanted to go back, he had to strictly keep it a secret. He didn't allow others to follow him because he didn't want to become a sinner. If the flames of war were to be drawn there, it would be big trouble. Moreover, he was a little worried about the mothership. He was afraid that the mothership had an unbreakable connection with the Lord Eternal Planet. If they found out about it, it might be a disaster. Going back won't change anything. My children have already grown up, and my wife has another family. If I appear in front of them, it will only add to their sadness. Rather than that, Zhang Wenshang fell silent as he spoke up to hear. He had changed a lot. He was no longer like before, only reminiscing about the past, unable to extricate himself. Now, many things in his heart seemed to have been opened up. In the future, I will go back. I will only look at them from afar, just a glance. I won't appear, won't meet them. Zhang Wenshang's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. In the end, tears trickled down. In the end, Zhang Wenshang took out a scripture. There was a lot of information recorded on it, such as flowers, birds, fish, insects, ancient medicine cultivation. There was a great variety. It was a pleasure to cultivate one's nature and sharpen one's Tao self. This was an ancient scripture. It was given to Yi Fan by the Central Continent's Princess Yu Dai. It recorded the natural great Tao, and he had given it to Li Ruoyu. In the past, Li Ruoyu had said that when Yi Fan was about to break through to the Saint Realm, he could come here to take it back. Li Ruoyu had long since left to wander the world. Before leaving, he told Zhang Wenshang that if Yi Fan returned from the starry sky, he should return this scripture to him. Yi Fan left. He walked on the great earth, observing the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains. He entered deep mountains and great lakes, searching for dragon caves. There would be a great battle in the future, and the Big Dipper Star region would be the main battlefield. Everything was for that, immortal. The path of immortality. Yi Fan began to think about the long term. He would inevitably become the Yuan Taoist master. There was only a fine line between them. The mountains, rivers, and great earth would all become weapons in his hands. Now, he carefully observed. He saw many friends. It had only been 2 years since he left. It wasn't that long ago, so he didn't miss them too much. However, there was a bit of unnaturalness in the depths of his heart. He thought of a little guy who unknowingly arrived in Yen country. It was here that he met the little girl in the past. But now, the city was destroyed, and the people were gone. There was only desolation everywhere. After so many years, it was as if she had disappeared from the world. The Black Emperor almost turned the earth upside down, but he couldn't find any traces of her. Yi Fan used phoenix blood gold, immortal tears green gold, and other immortal materials as rewards, but no one could provide any valuable clues. Apart from a few people who wanted to swindle him, no one could provide any valuable clues. Eternal expedition. The archaic king race finally took action. The first expeditionary army was assembled. Because the number of motherships was limited, this was a multi-race allied army. The ancient race didn't immediately launch an all-out attack. This group of people also had the nature of scouting. Even though they clamored that the people of the Eternal Lord Star were ants, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, the Eternal Lord Star wiped out a few ancient race ancestral kings in the last great battle, and even more races were completely obliterated. This made them feel restraining fear. Great chaos is about to rise. Are the two great civilization systems finally going to collide? Yi Fan watched the ancient race-allied army leave with his own eyes. The ancient race was very valiant, and their experts were as many as trees in a forest. However, if this group of scouts stirred up a storm over there, they might not necessarily be able to gain an advantage. After all, the Eternal Lord Star had produced deities in the past. Success. The first stage of the evolution liquid has been refined. Cheers sounded from the heavenly village. The all-life energy cauldron was curled up by immortal mist, and auspicious colors gushed out. The precious liquid was sparkling and translucent as it splashed high into the air, affecting everyone's nerves. Put away the initial liquid and continue to extract the second stage of the evolution liquid. From this day onwards, Li Heishui, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and the others began to cultivate in seclusion, using the first stage of the evolution liquid to break through to a higher realm. As for the Sacred Prince and GZ, they needed at least the second stage of the evolution liquid to be effective. Their bloodlines and strength were there, so they could only wait. Yi Tong had reached the crucial moment of severing his Tao, so he wasn't allowed to use this precious liquid. His future prospects were boundless, and this hurdle required comprehension of the Tao. He couldn't rely on external forces and could only rely on himself to break through. Another month passed, and the second stage of the evolution liquid was successfully refined. GZ and the Sacred Prince went into seclusion, and just like Yi Fan in the past, they were about to break through. In the third month, the all-life energy cauldron floated up and down in the mountains. Millions and millions of strands of multicolored light shone, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared. Azure dragons, immortal phoenixes, flying immortals, and ancient deities appeared at the same time. The great Tao rumbled, and the radiance was endless. The higher level of the evolution liquid was successfully refined. Chapter 1190. Everyone had high hopes for the expedition of the supreme ancient imperial family. Although it was just a scouting expedition, once they understood the situation, it was very likely that it would bring them a great opportunity. The strongest evolutionary fluid became everyone's obsession. All the races were waiting for news. When they received specific information, they would send out an overwhelming army. The heavenly village became quiet. Even the large black dog went into seclusion with drool dripping from his mouth. He was going to cleanse his body and break through. As the first, second, and third stages of the evolutionary fluid were successfully extracted, the important figures of the celestial court all went into seclusion. There were only a few people left. The killing saint stood still like a stone statue. He sat cross-legged under an ancient tree and guarded the all-life source cauldron. Apart from this, Yi Fan was also free. He was waiting for the fourth stage of the evolutionary fluid. The first three stages were useless to him and couldn't help him break through. In these days, he had been reading the great Tao of nature and studying the meaning of this ancient scripture. He deeply understood the difficulty of becoming a saint. This was a heavenly barrier. Stepping over it, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. However, it was easier said than done to transform from a worm into a brightly colored butterfly. Since ancient times, who knew how many heroes had been stopped at this door? Since ancient times, billions of cultivators didn't transform into butterflies. Instead, they were trapped in a dead cocoon and couldn't break through. After reading for a long time, Yi Fan closed the ancient scroll. He was waiting for the fourth stage of the evolutionary fluid. As long as he successfully extracted it, he would be able to advance to the next level and fight a saint. There was still one person in the heavenly village who hadn't used the evolutionary fluid, and that was Yi Tong. He was about to sever his Tao, so he had to rely on himself for everything. Master, I plan to go out and look for an opportunity to break through the shackles. Yi Tong planned to travel the world and make the final attempt to sever his Tao. Go. Yi Fan nodded. Senior brother, I'll go with you. We'll be a pair of peerless prodigies, and the whole world will respect us, the little baldy Huahua said. He was young but full of mischief. He was naturally a free person, and he ran around happily. Go cultivate obediently. Yi Fan chased him away. The all-life source cauldron's aura was peaceful. During these few months, it had always been wrapped within immortal mist, becoming more and more extraordinary. Refining medicine, resonating with the great Tao was beneficial to it as well. Immortal light surged, and all types of divine chains of order shot out in all directions. The mortal energy couldn't get close to its body. Its entire body was engraved with symbols, and those were complex and indescribable Tao marks that were born along with all types of past tribulations and punishments. Yi Fan took a look at his cauldron and cleared his mind. He closed his eyes and started to comprehend the great Tao of nature again. In the outside world, the various ancient races were all waiting in anticipation, hoping for good news to arrive from Eternal Overlord Planet. Evolutionary fluid was extremely important and they all desired it greatly. The storm had calmed down a little during this period of time, and the competition for various divinity ores had come to an end because there was really nothing left to trade. Yi Tong transformed into an ordinary youth. He walked a bitter path and entered the Central Plains. He was asking himself what exactly he was lacking. He was asking himself how he could sever it. Along the way, he forgot about everything else. There was only the word, severing Tao, in his mind. Only after a long time did he think of the bitterness of his childhood. The declining sun god race was completely exterminated by others. He thought of that old servant who died to save him. He thought of the isolation he felt back then, talking to himself with a small animal. Finally, he thought of Yi Fan. It was this master who saved him, imparted him a technique, and opened up his immortal platform, allowing the profound mysteries of the sun scripture of the distant ancestor to appear in his heart. He possessed a flawless sun scripture. This was a secret left behind in the blood of their race by the distant ancestor. Even though the scripture had long been lost, as long as someone with the same bloodline as the Sun Saint Sovereign appeared, they would be able to obtain it. Severing the Tao, sever endless obsessions, break through endless fabrications. Yi Tong wandered aimlessly, all alone. As he was severing his Tao, he thought back to the tragic scene when he was hunted down by the Golden Crow race on the Emperor Star Planet. Father, mother. The pain in his heart, the bitter experiences of his childhood, appeared one by one. After so many years, he sealed himself away, not willing to face them. But now that he was about to sever his Tao, the scars he was most unwilling to open would be ruthlessly peeled off. Elder sister, I miss you. Yi Tong's eyes were filled with tears as he involuntarily screamed. He had a little sister who risked her life to save him in that dangerous situation. Her entire body was covered in blood, but she still smiled radiantly at him, telling him to continue living on. That was just a little girl with extraordinary talent. She was a heaven-defying genius, but she was still too young and had yet to mature. Little brother, you have to be good. Yi Tong could still clearly hear the voice of the little sister in his ears. That beautiful little girl said this to him before she died. Her tears flowed, but there was a smile on her face, telling him that he had to live on and grow up to be an adult. Little sister, I survived. Yi Tong's tears rolled down his face. He stretched out his hands and stroked forward, wanting to touch the tender face of the little girl who had a look of concern on her face. She was smiling, yet there were tears in her eyes. She consoled him when his family was destroyed, telling him to be strong. Golden crows whistled through the air. Beams of golden light arced through the air. The dilapidated palaces, the declining clans, they all fled towards the sea, being pursued endlessly. Dead, they were all dead. The blood was cold and glaring. Lives were withering one after another. His loved ones left one after another, unable to be caught even if he wanted to. They died in battle in front of him, fighting for a path of survival for him. Yi Tong cried. Although many years had passed, everything that happened was still vivid in his mind, causing him to feel pain in his heart. Severing the Tao was the cruelest path. Everything would reappear, and he would have to experience it all again. After being sealed for so many years, Yi Fan saved him, but he couldn't completely save his tender heart. That young child was sealed in his heart by himself. And now, the scar was opened, dripping with blood. That child of the past had appeared. A pitiful child walked forward alone, not trusting anyone. He trembled in fear and only dared to talk to the birds in the forest. His eyes were filled with tears as he raised his head and asked a little bird, "How far was forever?" Father said that he would always silently protect me. When would the future be? Little sister said that she would appear in the future and come to see me. I know, they won't appear. Just like Uncle Jiang, they all died to protect me, forever. These were the memories of a 5- or 6-year-old child. At this moment, Yi Tong's heart was torn apart. He couldn't help but cry out. Yi Tong was in great pain. He walked on the path of severing the Tao, and the bitter memories of family were only a part of severing the Tao. It was difficult for him to bear. This was because this was the pain of his childhood, and it had caused him serious injuries. He was a person who valued friendship. He couldn't bear it, couldn't forget it, and when he faced it again, there was only blood. How did Master sever the Tao? When he returned, he just happened to receive the grievous news of his parents' passing. He suffered a lot, but he didn't say anything. I have to persevere. Master once said that pain is good, sorrow is good, blood is the only thing that can be known. There is no need to shout and scream, no need to let the whole world know that the path of cultivation is miserable. Only by chewing on the loneliness and tasting the bitterness can one reach heights. This is nothing. Master even severed the great Tao, so this is nothing. I have to face it, I have to face it. Sooner or later, I will return to the North Star and fill in the soil of little sister's desolate grave. Yi Tong's gaze became more and more resolute. He walked out of his own bitter world and allowed the young child that had been sealed in his heart to move forward with others. He was no longer sealed. His body shone brightly like a divine sun in the sky. With every step he took, his entire body was submerged in blazing light, and he turned into a sun god. My Tao, my path, does not follow Master's path. It transcends the scriptures of my ancestors and is not bound by the path of those before me. It begins with the sun scripture and ends with the source of the sun. Yi Tong's eyes became more and more resplendent. He walked forward resolutely, ascending into the sky in the great wilderness, step by step towards the sun in the sky. I cultivate the sun scripture. Since ancient times, there have never been two people who proved the Tao on the same path. In order to break away from it, I can only start from the source. Yi Tong activated the chessboard formation platform and stepped into the realm gate. He rushed towards the sun, wanting to slash out his own unique Tao and ascend to the peak. When he appeared again, endless flame essences danced about. Raging flames raged and burned. This was a country of fire. Yi Tong approached the sun. The blazing light and terrifying heat were enough to incinerate everything in the world. He cultivated the sun scripture, so his entire body was bathed in flames and was imperishable. He wanted to enter the sun and slash out his own path. If the outside world knew of this, they would definitely think that he had gone mad. Not even many ancient saints dared to do so. Ooh, this is too shocking. The Big Dipper star region's sun has the imprint of an ancient great emperor. An ancient golden crow flapped its wings and attacked the sun. Look, there are a few golden leaves in the sun. They look like the essence leaves of the Fusang divine tree. They have the imprint of a great emperor carved on them. They have existed since ancient times and are difficult to erase. Another golden crow cried out. After Yi Fan returned, he had asked the killing saint about the situation and learned that 2 golden crows had come to the Big Dipper. He was shocked at that time. It was because these 2 ancient saints came from an ancient star called Hwasong Star. That was the world of golden crows, and the hero Great Yi was killed precisely by the quasi-emperor there. These 2 golden crows precisely came from Hwasong Star. They were scouting for the even more powerful golden crows. After they appeared in Central Continent, they then rushed towards the sun to explore historical remains. There's a little demon over there. He actually has an innate extreme yang body, even more terrifying than my golden crow race's fire body. The sun's essence has entered and cleansed his flesh. It cannot be harmed in the slightest and is strengthening his life force. It is comparable to my clan's great emperor when he was young. The 2 golden crows discovered Yi Tong. They both revealed looks of shock. Then, they discovered that Yi Tong was going to sever his Tao and travel alone. He was actually going to enter the sun and rush towards those golden leaves. Shwa! The 2 golden crows appeared, cutting off his path. They revealed looks of shock. This was definitely a rarely seen human race immortal seed since the ancient times. Little friend, I can see that your divine aptitude is heavenly. Are you willing to enter my golden crow race's sect? We will pass down an unmatched precious scripture to you. Yi Tong's eyes immediately became clear again. When he saw the 2 golden crows, his eyes immediately became vertical. He thought of his father, mother, as well as his tender little sister. They were all exterminated by the golden crow race. I'm not willing. He refused without the slightest hesitation. But we are saints. Is that Tao not worthy of being your master? One of the golden crows said. I already have a master, so I won't join anyone else's sect. Yi Tong replied. Is that so? Let me see just how powerful your master is. A golden crow reached out its hand, capturing the will within the depths of Yi Tong's brows. He didn't want to miss out on this extreme yang body, because it would be extremely useful for him to break through cultivation realms in the future. This was a rarely seen immortal seed. Regardless of whether it was used as a disciple or as a cauldron, its value was immeasurable. The other golden crow also made its move, wanting to restrain Yi Tong's mystic arts. However, the Sun Sutra had merged with Yi Tong's blood, turning into mysterious symbols that were difficult to take shape. Only a few golden symbols could be faintly seen. What, this might be great emperor's symbols? The two golden crows were immediately shocked, and then they revealed expressions of joy. Good, 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 we are fated to be master and disciple. The two golden crows' bodies shone with resplendent golden light. They had to grasp this youth in their hands. They couldn't let him go. I already have a master, so I won't take another one, Yitong said. However, under saints, all were ants. No matter how stunning he was still someone who was about to sever the Tao. The difference in cultivation realms was too great, so there was no way for him to contend against them. One of the golden crows pointed out, capturing his will. He saw his master, Yifan, and understood many things. So it turns out to be the human race's holy body. I heard about this person as soon as I arrived in this star domain, and I didn't want him to be your master. However, what does he count for? He's just an insignificant Tao-severing warrior. How can he compare to saints like us? He's just an ant. I can destroy him with a wave of my hand. My good disciple, come with us. How can that holy body compare to us? If you don't believe me, I'll turn my hand and suppress him. The two of them were determined not to let him go. They had to extract the great emperor's symbols flowing in Yitong's blood, and they had to take him with them. To them, he was priceless. Yitong was furious, but he couldn't move. He had no way to resist the saints. In the heavenly village, the siblings Gu Lin and Gu Fei quickly found Yi Fan and anxiously reported that Yitong might be in trouble. On the sun, the siblings were the descendants of the marvelous diviner. They had grasped extraordinary divine arts of divination, so they divined Yitong's location. Yi Fan didn't say much. He immediately took out a formation platform and entered the void, charging toward the sun. Chapter 1191. You guys actually extracted such a heaven-defying precious liquid? It can break through the shackles of heaven and earth and become saints in one go. An ancient golden crow cried out in shock. They were ancient saints with boundless magical force. With a turn of their hands, they could easily extract Yitong's will and read it. Ha! The other ancient golden crow laughed loudly, feeling extremely satisfied. The evolutionary liquid refined from the absolute beginning life stone was equivalent to a divine pill. It was definitely priceless. I truly never thought that there would be such a world-defying opportunity after coming to this ancient star region. Good, let's go and seize this opportunity. They had long become saints and couldn't use the fourth stage of the evolutionary liquid to break through. However, how could the precious liquid refined from the absolute beginning life stone and undying immortal medicine be ordinary? It could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead and allow the body to live forever. The auras of the two ancient golden crows were like blades that could split the sky. The golden feathers on their bodies trembled, causing everything in the void to collapse. Overflowing golden demonic energy rushed out from their bodies. Sun God body, imperial scriptures contained in her blood, great secrets within her heart, evolutionary liquid, and other things made the eyes of the two ancient golden crows burn with radiance. The way they looked at Yitong became even more extraordinary. Enter my golden crow race and your future will be limitless. You will definitely shine with resplendent brilliance. Yitong resisted. There was no way she would yield. We will make you change your mind. Don't you have a master? He's just a Tao severer. We'll go kill him in a bit. The two ancient golden crows were extremely calm. As saints, they looked down on the common people like ants. They could kill cultivators who hadn't become saints with a raise of their hands. Wu, the most powerful evolutionary liquid is being extracted from the heavenly village. Let me see exactly how to go and seize this opportunity. One of the ancient golden crows stretched out his hand, wanting to completely see through Yitong's immortal platform and understand all of its secrets. Suddenly, 5 colored divine lights swept over, turning into 5 precious swords that were suffused with primal chaos aura. They were exceptionally sharp and abruptly hacked out. Poof! Bloody light flashed. One of the golden crow's fingers was sliced off. Blood splashed everywhere, causing his expression to change greatly. After becoming a saint for so many years, no one could injure him. Today, his finger was actually sliced off. Carrying Yitong, he rapidly retreated several thousand zhang away. His expression was unsightly, and his golden eyes were like lightning as he stared at the original spot. Naturally, Yi Fan had arrived. He entered the ancient Saint Mecha suit and performed the supreme assassination secret art of the celestial court, cutting off one of the saint's fingers. "Who are you?" shouted another golden crow. "I'm just an ant in your eyes, a mere Dao Severer. I'm Yi Fan." Yi Fan stood tall in the void, facing the extreme young flame essence. His entire body was overflowing with light. Although he didn't have a fire body, he was comparable to an ancient saint and didn't fear any holy radiance. He had Yi Tong's imprint, so he was able to find him immediately outside the sun. Although Yi Fan had cut off the sage's finger with the five-colored divine light, he didn't dare to be careless. In terms of true strength, he still couldn't compare to the sage. The success he had just achieved was mainly due to his sneak attack. His expression was solemn as he sized up the two ancient saints. Their bodies were shriveled, but their spirits were high. Their shriveled bodies seemed to be made of pure gold. They wore golden robes and were shrouded in holy light. Just by standing there, they could suffocate all living things. This was the might of a sage. Yi Fan knew that his disciple was in trouble, but he didn't expect to provoke two sages at once. Now that he had arrived, he frowned and had to be careful. Because if he didn't handle this well, both of them might die here. "Master!" Yi Tong was anxious and worried. He knew how powerful his master was, but he didn't think that he could fight against two golden crows. "So you're Yi Fan, the so-called saint physique of the human race? I've heard some things about you since I came to this galaxy, but you don't seem to be much," said one of the golden crows coldly. "Let go of my disciple." Yi Fan was expressionless. The other golden crow said calmly, "This child is fated with our golden crow race, and he will become our disciple. Becoming your disciple is really delaying his future. If you think about his future, you should let go. Let go of me. I will never become a golden crow, and I will never become a disciple of another sect. I only have one master," Yi Tong said resolutely. "You heard him. Let go of him." "He's just my disciple," said Yi Fan. "You overestimate yourself. You're just a Dao Severer. What qualifications do you have to compete with us for a disciple? I've already given you enough dignity and courtesy. If you don't know when to back off, I'll kill you with a raise of my hand." The golden crow who had lost a finger said coldly. At this moment, the golden crow's blood flowed in reverse, and his broken finger grew back. He quickly recovered. His expression was gloomy, and his killing intent was revealed. Having his finger cut off by a Dao Severer could be considered a great humiliation. He didn't act out immediately, but that didn't mean that he didn't care as a sage. "If you want to compete with me over a disciple, then I can keep you company." Yi Fan was going to fight. He walked forward, his expression extremely cold. "You all think that you are high up above, but when facing an ant like me, can you let go of my disciple first? Could it be that you are scared?" An ancient golden crow laughed loudly. He let go of Yi Tong, sending him several li out. He wasn't worried that he would leave, because there was a Dao imprint left in his body that could instantly bring him to him. "We are saints, so what do we have to be scared of? We sit in the 9 heavens, overlook the common people, view you like weeds. If I don't like you, I can casually pull you out." Another ancient golden crow said. Even though this was the case, he didn't look down on Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan had injured one of their fingers, even though it was a sneak attack. "Then let's fight," Yi Fan said. "Ha! How laughable. Is there even a need to fight against you? You don't have the qualifications. I can wipe you out with a turn of my hand." The ancient golden crow laughed loudly. At the same time, a large hand slapped over. Even though he said this, he secretly transferred terrifying heavenly Dao power. This was the reason why saints could look down on all life. When one's body merged with the Dao, all things in the heavens would be merged with the body. One's own body would become a great Dao. His true body would rise above the sun and moon, descend into the 9 layers of mountains and rivers. There was nothing he couldn't do. At this moment, the great Dao of heaven and earth resonated, the stellar domain rumbling. The enormous sun that was inches away burned, as if it was trembling because of him, suppressing downwards. Divine chains of order appeared in tens of thousands of streaks. The void collapsed, all types of natural laws turning into light that submerged Yi Fan. This was definitely fatal. The ancient Golden Crow's words were full of contempt, but when he truly took action, he was like a lion hunting a rabbit. He didn't hold back at all, wishing to wipe out the human race's divine body with a single strike. Long. Heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and moon both trembling. The great Tao divine laws completely exploded, destroying everything. Yi Fan's expression changed. He entered the ancient divine war tool, operating all of his magical force. His entire body shone, supporting an exceptional irregular scene. The celestial king descending to the 9 heavens, the golden bitter sea, the chaotic green lotus, and the beautiful land and mountains were linked together, forming a real world. It was like the 6 paths of reincarnation, as if the world was being reopened. The blazing light and the indistinct irregular scene were not perfect, but when Yi Fan used it with all his strength, it was still very shocking. The indistinct irregular scene was like a heavenly blade, forcibly tearing apart the endless natural laws of the saints. It cut open a part of the void and struggled free. Yi Fan defended and attacked. Endless irregular scenes crushed forward, wanting to envelop the Golden Crows. The 2 ancient Golden Crows revealed strange expressions. All of this was too unimaginable. He was just a Dao Severer, but with the help of that war tool, he could actually fight against one of them. Boom! This attack ended. Yi Fan swept through the 9 heavens, tearing apart tens of thousands of natural laws. He flew out and stood in front of Yi Tong, shielding her behind him. The ancient Golden Crow's expression was ugly. He actually didn't manage to take down Yi Fan. Just now, he wanted to kill him with a wave of his hand, but Yi Fan had resolved the killing situation. Human Saint Physique, you do have some skills. I admit that I underestimated you. Today, let's see if you can escape from the palm of my hand. He shouted softly, and a 3-legged crow appeared behind him. Its whole body seemed to be made of gold, not black, and its brilliance covered the sun. With a long and clear cry, the feathers of the Golden Crow behind him fluttered and clanked. Countless golden swords flew out, tearing apart the sky. Clang. Yi Fan actually went tit for tat and didn't retreat. The void behind him split open, turning into a golden world. All kinds of weapons flew out and slashed forward, contending against every single golden sword. This was a killing calamity. If it was carried out in the mortal world, the people would definitely be in an abyss of misery. They fought in front of the sun, causing flames to surge into the sky and clouds to stretch endlessly. Golden divine treasures appeared behind Yi Fan. Golden pagodas, divine swords, Dao bells, gourds, and other things turned into a dense rain of light. They collided with the Golden Crow's feather swords, and sounds rang out incessantly. I can't let you live. The ancient Golden Crow was astonished. He didn't expect that a Dao Severer could use a war tool to stop him. It was difficult to take him down in a short amount of time. This made him feel gloomy. How powerful would this person be if he became a saint? Perhaps killing him a step earlier was the best choice. The other Golden Crow that hadn't made a move was also indecisive. In their original estimations, if any one of them used their full strength, they could kill Yi Fan with a flip of their hand. At this moment, their hearts were shaken. Master, I'm going to sever the Tao. I need to enter the sun. Yi Tong suddenly transmitted a message, revealing an uneasy expression. Yi Fan frowned. It was extremely dangerous to sever the Tao at this time, and he couldn't allow anyone to disturb him. However, he couldn't even find a quiet place. Yi Tong's Tao was very special, and he needed to enter the scorching sun. Severing the Tao was extremely crucial for cultivators. It affected their lifetime accomplishments, and if they failed, they might very well turn into ashes. Go. Enter the sun and comprehend the Tao in peace. There's no need to worry about anything outside, said Yi Fan. Yi Tong was his eldest disciple, and this was the most crucial moment. No matter what, he had to protect him well and not allow anything to happen to him. Yi Tong nodded, and then he turned around and entered the sun. He understood that his master had already made up his mind. It was useless no matter what he said. The best way to resolve this was to smoothly sever the Dao. A golden crow sneered and said, "Do you think you can stop me? You still want to protect the Dao here? Overestimating your capabilities. Today, I will split apart your primordial spirit, search your sea of consciousness, and slaughter my way into the heavenly village. Watch how I seize your celestial court's natural luck." He flapped his wings and released a long cry. Holy might surged, covering heaven and earth. In that instant, even the sun began to tremble. The natural laws of the heavenly Tao were at his disposal. This wasn't an ordinary ancient saint. This golden crow had already become a saint 1,000 years ago. His cultivation was profound, and his magical force was boundless, exceeding ordinary saints. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. 2 black arrows appeared between Yi Fan's fingers, releasing an incomparably strange power. Even Yi Fan was shocked. It was because these arrows seemed to be a bit different when facing the golden crow. This was a weapon made from the leftover materials of Daoist shooting down the sun. It had been mysterious since ancient times, and had accompanied many experts. It was an ancient secret treasure. Shio! A black arrow flew out, shattering the sky dome. The dark light was intimidating, several hundred li in length. The ancient golden crow sensed danger. It flapped its wings and rushed into the heavens, but it was still shot through. Poof! A streak of bloody light splashed out. One of his golden divine wings was pierced through, blood scattering outwards. Chapter 1192. The golden crow saint roared in pain and struggled violently. His golden wings had been pierced through and blood rained down. An ancient saint had almost been killed and was gravely injured. It had to be said that this was quite shocking. One had to know that his opponent was only a Dao severer. The black arrow flew into the distance with a mist of blood lingering around it. A powerful domain shook as the arrow tore the sky and split the earth. The ancient golden crow turned into human form with an ashen face. His left forearm had been blasted open and a large hole had appeared. White bone fragments could be seen and blood was dripping down. It was quite a frightening sight. "I've actually been injured by you." A fierce power quickly spread along his arm, destroying his golden crow saint power and cutting away a large amount of vitality. The majestic arrow intent was terrifying. Swoosh! Yi Fan spread his arms. There was no bow in his hand, but his heart was filled with the intent to destroy the world. The longbow formed from energy shot out a second black arrow towards the golden crow saint. It was as fast as a black bolt of lightning as it streaked across the sky. The golden crow saint flapped his wings lightly and rays of light shot out. He retreated hundreds of miles at an extremely fast speed. However, the black arrow didn't stop. It changed directions and didn't stop until it hit its target. It brought with it a large area of black lightning and a majestic killing intent. "What? This is a Dao arrow specially made to deal with my golden crow race." The other ancient golden crow revealed a serious expression. He immediately attacked to kill Yi Fan. Golden feathers flew out and 100,000 feather swords fell together, shattering the space. Buzz! Chaotic chi surged behind Yi Fan. The 5-colored divine light covered the sun and turned into 5 treasured swords. The chaotic sword chi swept out and blocked the 100,000 feather swords in front of him. This was a battle of sword intent. Yi Fan didn't have the power of a saint, but he could use the ancient saint war tools and borrow the power of the ancient god's secret power seed to attack. Swoosh! At the same time, Yi Fan summoned the 2 black Dao arrows back and shattered the feather swords to defend himself. He left behind the black arrow. The other golden crow cried out above the fire cloud formed by the essence of solar fire. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He looked very miserable. It was because when the second black arrow was shot out just now, it also broke through his defense, piercing through his shoulder and shattering a piece of sacred bone. It was a tragic sight to behold. Even the powerful ancient sage of the Golden Crow tribe, who had become a sage more than 1,000 years ago, was still reduced to such a sorry state. His bones had been shattered at the spot where he had been struck by the black arrow. From this, one could imagine just how powerful the black arrow was. With the black arrow standing in front of him, Yi Fan felt a little more confident. Otherwise, the pressure of facing two ancient sages would be too great. While he had a powerful mecha, it was not his own strength, so there was no guarantee that he would be able to withstand their attacks at the crucial moment. The two gold crows gathered together, their faces dark and gloomy. Their eyes were shining brightly as they gazed at the two arrows beside him. Not to mention them, even Yi Fan himself had sensed something different. He had sensed a soaring killing intent from these two ancient arrows. Great Yi, it's the Great Yi Dao arrow from ancient times. It was infused with his essence, energy, spirit, and murderous intent. It was forged to target the saint of our Golden Crow tribe. One of the gold crows cried out, revealing an expression of disbelief. They came from the Wuxia star, which was an ancient and vast country belonging to the Golden Crows. There were divine flames and precious trees everywhere. The Golden Crows could split the sky, and there were only a few of them from other races. Since ancient times, no one had been able to compete with this race. In ancient times, a quasi-emperor appeared in this race. He had 10 princes, and in order to find a place of immortality, he once went on an expedition to an ancient source of life. In the end, 9 of his princes died in the hands of a man named Great Yi. The legends of the past and the terrible disaster caused the veins on the foreheads of the two Golden Crow saints to bulge. Their expressions were extremely cold. The quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow tribe destroyed 9 similar black arrows and brought the fragments back to the ancient Wuxia star. Many Golden Crows had seen and felt it. Tell me, how did you get this kind of Dao arrow? What's your relationship with Great Yi? An ancient Golden Crow roared. The other ancient Golden Crow tried his best to operate his Xian Qi to separate the murderous intent from his body. He finally stabilized his injury and successfully healed his body. It's not the real ancient Black Dao arrow, but it's definitely made by Great Yi. It is infused with part of his essence, energy, and spirit. It's a demonic weapon that can kill our race. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. The ancient hero Great Yi shot the sun and left behind an immortal legend. In the end, he bled and died in the hands of the supreme quasi-emperor. It was a sad story. I thought you're just a human with a holy body. I didn't expect you to have the weapon of Great Yi. We can't let you live. We'll take your life no matter what. The blood of the princes of the Golden Crow tribe is not for nothing. Everything about Great Yi must be destroyed. The two ancient Golden Crows said coldly. They could imagine what kind of praise they would receive if they killed Yi Fan and brought the 2 black arrows back to the Wuxia star. Buzz. The 2 ancient Golden Crows disappeared and turned into the laws of heaven and earth. Only the terrifying Golden Crow divine light appeared and attacked forward from time to time. A saint was omnipotent and omnipresent. When a saint cast aside everything else and made up his mind to kill, everyone would tremble. At this moment, the 2 ancient Golden Crows no longer treated Yi Fan as an ordinary Dao cutter. Their murderous intent was enough to destroy the world. Yi Fan frowned and took out 2 black Dao arrows. He defended himself from all directions and attacked from time to time. He had no chance of winning against the 2 powerful Golden Crow ancient saints. If he didn't have the black arrows, he would have died. That was because he had yet to become a saint. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came. Inside the blazing sun, the heavenly essence fire rose to the sky. Yi Tong sat in the flames and comprehended. 9 golden leaves flew over and surrounded him. They flowed with auspicious radiance, and the aura of an ancient emperor pervaded the air. 9 mulberry divine leaves with immortal marks on them. Take them quickly. The 2 ancient Golden Crows glanced at each other. They wanted to give up on Yi Fan and rush over to grab the 9 leaves. They were afraid that Yi Tong would absorb the imprints on them. At this point, they didn't want to take Yi Tong as a disciple at all. They had already decided that he would be a furnace. It didn't matter if he could break through or not. What mattered was to take the imperial scriptures and divine fire source in his body. Yi Fan let out a long whistle. He couldn't let the 2 Golden Crows disturb Yi Tong's comprehension no matter what. He couldn't be disturbed at this crucial moment. He didn't hesitate to use all his methods. Yi Fan was at a disadvantage, but he was determined to stop the 2 Golden Crow ancient saints and fight them. Brat, your death is imminent. Let's see how many lives you have. Today, you will be killed by the sun essence fire. The two golden crows said coldly. They were truly enraged and had endless methods. Saint laws surged and destroyed everything. The sky was shattered beyond recognition. Master, I'm fine. You can come over. The mulberry divine leaf can defend. Yi Tong suddenly transmitted his voice. Yi Fan's heart moved. He used the line incantation and the windspeed battery entered the sun essence fire. He stood in front of the 9 mulberry leaves. Golden light flickered as the aura of an ancient emperor permeated the air. Although it wasn't very dense, it was like an awakening emperor weapon, causing everyone to be shocked. The two golden crows chased until here. Suddenly, their expressions changed. They couldn't break through and couldn't rush over. This is the mulberry leaf scripture left behind by my ancestor. It talks about some of the experiences of cultivating the extreme yang physique, Yi Tong said. Yi Fan was shocked. This was truly a good fortune for Yi Tong. The Sun Saint Emperor had entered this star before. It was most likely something from 1 to 2 million years ago. One could only sigh at the ruthlessness of time. Comprehend it carefully, but don't blindly be led by the predecessors. Yi Fan warned. Yi Tong replied, I know. My ancestor also left behind some words. He said that you can walk the path of the predecessors, but the most important thing is to find the path that suits you. The two golden crows were anxious. The 9 mulberry divine leaves were blocking their way. They couldn't rush over and couldn't collect them either. They could only watch helplessly. "Aunt, do you dare to come out and fight?" They shouted at Yi Fan, expressing their anxiety. They were afraid that the imprints on the leaves would disappear and they would all be refined by Yi Tong. Now, you two should enjoy your last moments. I will definitely kill you two in a month. Yi Fan said. 1 month later, he would definitely be able to extract the 4th stage of the evolution fluid. At that time, his cultivation would reach a new level and he would be able to fight saints. Yi Fan stood in front of the mulberry leaf. He was surrounded by the ancient emperor's aura and didn't need to defend at all. He attacked the two golden crows with all his strength. The black arrows tore through the sky like lightning and attacked the sun essence fire. They were extremely powerful and targeted the bloodline of the golden crows. The two golden crows were injured one after the other. They were pierced by the black arrows and almost damaged their origin. They roared in anger, but there was nothing they could do. You two fire crows, if you're not afraid of death, then come at me. Today I'll roast pigeons. Yi Fan's words were full of mockery. Junior, I swear I will kill you. The two golden crows roared. Unfortunately, they couldn't break through the threads of terrifying Emperor Qi on the mulberry leaf. They would be torn to pieces if they got even a little closer. Yi Fan laughed loudly. He gathered his spiritual energy and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the chest of one of the golden crows and exploded its heart. There was a bloody hole that went through the front and back. Saint bones and blood splashed everywhere. Junior, I will remember this debt. I will definitely turn your bones into ashes in the future. The injured golden crow soared into the sky. At the same time, the other golden crow also suffered a heavy blow. Yi Fan's body and mind became one. A strand of undying will merged into the Dao arrow and shot outwards. The second golden crow's thigh was blasted apart, blood dripping everywhere. The two golden crows were furious, but there was nothing they could do. If they couldn't break through the 9 mulberry divine leaves, everything would be useless. Even though they were furious, they could only back up and stop in the distance. They were full of hatred as they stared forward. Master, I've severed the Dao. Yi Tong's voice sounded. He stood up and opened his eyes. They were deep like the starry sky and flame essence swirled around his body. Kacha! The 9 mulberry leaves were all shattered. 9 types of imprints entered Yi Tong's body, making him look even more heroic and extraordinary. Every inch of his flesh was shining. His entire body was sparkling and dazzling, exceeding the sun. When the two golden crows saw this, they turned into 2 streaks of golden lightning and rushed over. They wanted to kill the master and disciple pair of Yi Fan. However, at this moment, they felt their blood run cold. They immediately retreated because a tribulation comparable to a saint had appeared within the essence flames. Huge lightning descended from the sky and submerged this place. 5 elements: heavenly tribulation, sun god tribulation, primal chaos tribulation, world-shaking divine court tribulation. Large amounts of lightning descended together and swept in all directions. The 2 golden crows were well aware of how terrifying the tribulation was. If they were to resist it, they would also go through the tribulation. Moreover, it was a saint tribulation targeted at them. They broke out in cold sweat and were struck dozens of times. Lightning shot out in all directions, but they finally retreated. Yi Tong stood in the sea of lightning and began to resist the heavenly punishment. He was like a young deity accepting the baptism of the heavens as he bathed in the sea of lightning. This kind of tribulation is too terrifying. Look, an ancient emperor has appeared. 10 heavenly suns have appeared in this star domain. This kind of tribulation is comparable to a saint tribulation. Many people might not be able to survive it. The 2 golden crows felt bitter. They felt their blood run cold and didn't dare to approach. They could only watch as a youth rose up powerfully. Yi Fan nodded and felt gratified. This kind of tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even the great ancient emperors when they were young could not compare to this, right? He stood at the edge of the tribulation and didn't want to disturb Yi Tong. He only watched quietly. The 2 golden crows hid far away, afraid that Yi Tong would use the tribulation to plot against them. How hateful! We can only watch helplessly but can't stop it. What should we do? This is a youth with the talent of an emperor, and his master is even more unfathomable. Is he going to create a miracle since ancient times? Is he going to have one sect with 2 emperors? The 2 golden crows were anxious and full of hidden worries for the future. After several hours, the tribulation still hadn't dispersed. Yi Tong had suffered serious injuries. This kind of tribulation was too terrifying. His body had been shattered dozens of times, but he had withstood it with great difficulty. Finally, after another 2 hours, the sky full of lightning disappeared and the primal chaos dispersed. Endless worldly essence and solar essence surged towards Yi Tong and entered his Tao-severing body. The tribulation was successful. Let's go! Yi Fan appeared, producing a formation platform, opening a realm gate. He pulled Yi Tong inside, and just like that, they crossed over. Where do you think you're going? The 2 golden crows roared, but they were too far away and couldn't stop him. The tribulation just now was too terrifying. They were afraid of being affected by the karma and following the tribulation. Now they couldn't get close at all. Wash your necks clean. I'll kill you 2 in a month and roast your golden crow meat on the bonfire. Yi Fan's cold words came from the gap of the realm gate that was about to close. The 2 golden crows were furious, but it was too late by the time they arrived. They couldn't stop him. We only found some secrets from the sea of consciousness of the little demon with the extreme yang constitution. We didn't have time to continue before the human race's divine physique arrived. We don't know where the heavenly village is, so how can we seize that great fortune? The 2 golden crows frowned but couldn't do anything. Yi Tong had slashed his Tao. The phenomenon caused by the tribulation really caused a huge commotion in the Big Dipper galaxy. There were ancient saints who charged towards the sun but didn't find anything. In the heavenly village, Yi Fan and the others returned. They were instantly surrounded by many elders. They all knew that the phenomenon was caused by Yi Tong. Senior brother, you're really amazing. No wonder you're on par with me as one of the 2 peerless prodigies. You have my style. The little baldy ran over and hugged his leg. At the same time, he blinked his black gem-like eyes and asked for a gift. Clang! In the distance, the myriad Qi cauldron trembled. Qi Luo opened his eyes and stared at it without blinking. There were all kinds of phenomena circling around the cauldron. Azure dragons, divine phoenixes, flying immortals, vermilion birds, gods, and other lights and shadows gathered and emerged from the walls of the cauldron. Celestial aura enshrouded the cauldron, making it look holy. The 4th stage of the evolution fluid is about to be successfully refined. At this moment, GZ, the sacred prince, Dongfang Yi, and the others all came out of seclusion. Even the large black dog was startled, and he stretched his huge head over. The evolution fluid will definitely be refined in a few days. The era where we can battle saints has arrived, Yifan said. Chapter 1193. Winds rose, and mists fluttered about. This was a mysterious small divine world. Flowing springs and divine light flickered about, waterfalls and lawn birds dancing about together. It was rumored that this was a small world left behind by an ancient deity. It was obtained by the ancient divine dynasty's people, and then it evolved into their palace. Pill Cliff had strange rocks and strange peaks. Purple energy surged, and strange beasts roamed about. There were also large amounts of verdant mountain ranges that were shrouded in multicolored mists. In the very depths was an expanse of bone structures that were covered in dusky vital light. They were thick, solid, solemn, and dignified. At the same time, they gave off a stifling feeling. This was the human world's ancient palace. Ever since they were established, no one had ever broken through. It represented death, making one feel despair. It was strange and terrifying. An enormous white skeleton rested in front of them. Its several hundred zhang long vertebra hadn't decayed even after tens of thousands of years, its radiance still the same. This was an enormous ancient beast. In the past, it was killed here. All of its bones were sawed off to form a palace, and its remaining vertebra was turned into formation banners to protect this place. At the center of these bone structures was the human world's most ancient palace. The gray mists were so thick that they wouldn't disperse. Killing intent crossed the ancient era like strands and threads, becoming tangible as it seeped out. It was actually constructed from the remains of kings and saints. Its scale wasn't large, and compared to those imposing colossal gates, it could be said to be quite small. It couldn't hold many people, but the ancient aura and killing intent was something other buildings couldn't compare to. This was the human world's most sacred ancient palace. The white bones were sparkling and flowing with radiance. If they weren't the withered bones of saints, then they were the skulls of outstanding individuals with special constitutions. They looked extremely strange and terrifying. The world's decaying aura is becoming stronger and stronger. The path of immortality is about to open, and the remnants of the celestial courts still exist in this world. It is time to eliminate them completely. A hoarse voice sounded. It was incredibly aged, as if it would stop breathing at any time. The entire bone palace was covered in a gloomy aura. A killing saint emerged from the celestial court, always searching for the location of the small divine world. If we don't get rid of him, there will be a disaster. Another gloomy voice sounded, carrying a type of decaying aura. This was a terrifying palace constructed from bones. Meanwhile, the skin of ancient saints covered the ground like a carpet, releasing bone-piercing radiance. Nothing more than remnant evildoers, long no longer as glorious as before the desolate era, unable to amount to much. I already found out where the village of heaven is. The aged voice said with a sneer. I'll quietly wait for them to successfully refine the evolution fluid and then completely erase it, bringing heaven-defying good fortune to the mortal world and hell. They were actually 2 killing saints, unknown just how many years they had lived for. They were all skin and bones, eye socket sunken, hair like weeds, looking like malicious spirits. They were even older than Qiluo. Their bloodlines were dried up, but their battle prowess was terrifying beyond compare. They used killing to prove their Dao, and they specialized in killing saints. The 2 patriarchs have been in seclusion for so many years. I wonder if they've made any breakthroughs. If they really do become the great sage, then who in the world will we have to fear? Ancestor Slaughter's flesh is almost dried up, but his cultivation is shocking. Before the heaven and earth changed, he already understood the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, that step is too hard to take. If the outside world heard the discussion between the 2 killing saints, they would definitely be horrified. The human world and hell were even more terrifying than what people could imagine. It wasn't as simple as just 2 killing saints overseeing things. As long as Gai Juyo doesn't die, the 2 killing ancestors will feel restraining fear. Above them, there were actually 2 killing ancestors who could already look down on the common people before the heaven and earth changed. It was just that their lifespans were withered, and under normal circumstances, they wouldn't take action. And it was precisely these two who had chased after the old madman back then. They almost made a move in secret, but in the end, they endured it. The two old ancestors most likely won't take action to destroy the remnants of the celestial court. If we offer up that precious fluid to extend their lifespans, then the old ancestors can relax. Those were two ancient saints who weren't willing to move. They had lived for too long. Gai Juyo has lived for too long, but he should be dying soon. Yusen's voice reverberated within the ancient divine dynasty's palace. No one in the world can find the divine spirit realm, so we can go slaughter the heavenly village without worry. What extreme young physique, outstanding heroes, heaven-warping geniuses, etc., they will all become bones piled up in this palace. During these days, the outside world was in chaos. The expeditionary scouting team had gone to the Eternal Lord Star, but there was still no news even after so many days. Meanwhile, the saints from the outer realms would appear from time to time, causing unrest in the Big Dipper star region. A great storm could happen at any time. Suddenly, a terrifying aura engulfed the earth, vast and mighty beyond the sky. Mortals only felt their hearts palpitate, and even though they could sense it, they couldn't see anything. Even the ancient saints' expressions changed. This made even their souls tremble. Something major must have happened. Some people quickly rushed up. The Immortal Ascension Road has opened. On this day, a shocking piece of news arrived from the outer realms, shaking the Big Dipper star region. What? The Immortal Path has appeared, it really exists, and it appeared today. This was undoubtedly explosive news. The saints were restless, and the 10,000 races were in an uproar. Many experts flew towards the outer realms. It came so suddenly that everyone was caught unprepared. Many experts cried out loudly, tore open the void, and rushed to the scene. Why is it in the outer realms and not on an ancient star? Some people were suspicious, but they couldn't care so much. The opportunity was fleeting, and only by making a decisive decision could they obtain something. This was an explosive day. The Immortal Ascension Road's appearance was almost unbelievable. Is this a rumor or a conspiracy? How could it be like this? Didn't they say it would appear on the Big Dipper star? Even though there were people who still had doubts, they couldn't care so much anymore. They hurried to the scene to seek confirmation, wanting to understand everything. Everyone went crazy. The saints all moved out. Even if they weren't saints, the cultivators of all clans couldn't hold themselves back. They followed the ancestors, their hearts surging. The heavenly village's people were naturally alarmed as well. They hurried towards the outer realms, and even the killing Saint Chi Luo temporarily left the all-life energy cauldron to see what was going on. It really is an immortal gate. Unfortunately, no one can enter. It is constantly changing, appearing and disappearing in outer realms. The cultivators who arrived earlier were discussing excitedly. Yi Fan and the others arrived. After chasing for 2 days, they finally found traces of immortals. That was a faintly discernible immortal gate. It was hazy and auspicious, and not even ancient saints could approach it. Its speed of movement was too fast, as if it was illusory. It pierced through the starry skies in an instant, traversing the past and present in an instant. Did you guys sense it? The dense multicolored light it is releasing is most likely immortal energy. Even saints can't help but want to worship it from so far away. This was a grand occasion. Everyone used all types of methods to get closer. This is a divine gate that is extremely unstable. Where exactly does it lead to? Is there really immortal domain behind it? It went in, someone succeeded. An old saint from Shiking clan entered the immortal gate. Someone cried out loudly, feeling incomparably shocked. A wave of cries of alarm sounded from within the immortal gate. Then, loud laughter sounded. The gate of light quickly disappeared. Everyone erupted with commotion, chasing after its traces. However, they couldn't find it no matter what. 2 days later, the immortal gate appeared again. Fire Qilin Cave's old clan was in charge of the ancient imperial weapons pursuit. In the end, that gate seemed to have a spirit, instantly escaping into the distance, brushing past his shoulder. Ha! A Saint King from Muddled Sky clan entered. He released an incomparably carefree laughter from within, as if he discovered the most exciting thing. It really is connected to immortal domain. Otherwise, why would they be so happy? The crowd was stirred up, their eyes all becoming red. They fought over the immortal gate, searching for this faintly discernible gate in outer space. This is a crack in immortal domain, an omen that the path of ascension is about to open. It is indeed connected to immortal domain. Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan lord roared. When news of this got out, outer space completely erupted with commotion. In the past, there were ancient emperors who speculated that when the path of ascension opened, there would definitely be terrifying immortal force fluctuations that would first break through the barrier between the two realms. During this period of time, a few small immortal domain cracks would appear. It was unavoidable, but they could also lead to immortal domain. Even if this isn't an immortal gate, it is still a gate left behind by an archaic deity, one that leads to an unmatched chaotic divine earth. Endless years have passed since the owner died, and now that it has opened again, the wisps of aura are too mysterious. It might be divine energy. The second type of deduction was made. It was because this type of thing had happened since the ancient times. Whoever could enter would definitely have a great opportunity. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, all of them erupting with activity. Regardless of whether it was the immortal gate or a chaotic divine earth, they were both great natural luck. Whoever could enter might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. A great battle was naturally unavoidable. As long as this divine gate appeared, there would definitely be a great storm. Many bloody events took place. However, after many days passed, only 3 people successfully entered, and they were all Saint Kings. The others couldn't compete with each other. It appeared again. Amidst shouts and life and death battles, a group of people rushed forward, fighting over the right to enter the immortal path. Yi Fan was horrified. Was this a prelude to the opening of the immortal path? What kind of great battle would there be in the future? Just this mysterious gate alone made bloody battles erupt in outer space. Normal cultivators weren't enough at all, turning into bloody mist the moment they went up. Even saints were directly injured. Who would have thought that one could truly sprout wings and ascend to immortality? This is immortal energy. My constitution is transforming. An ancient race Saint King cried out in alarm. He successfully seized the immortal gate. When they heard him say this, the doubts in many people's hearts immediately disappeared. They frantically took action, wishing to follow him in. However, when this Saint King quickly became indistinct, the immortal gate immediately disappeared, thus disappearing, leaving everyone with only regret. The 4th person, for exceptional experts have already entered. We still have a chance. The voices of people clamored. On the 10th day, strand after strand of immortal energy reappeared in outer space. This time, it was even more bitter, blood dyeing the heavens red. It really is immortal domain, too beautiful and magnificent. I saw, heavens, a true immortal phoenix. It possesses the aura of long life. Before it I am like an ant. A Saint King was shaken, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Everyone went crazy. The path of immortality was the dream of many generations. Not even the great ancient emperors could enter, yet now they could enter. There weren't many opportunities. No one knew when the immortal gate would close, so everyone frantically fought over it. Goodbye, I am going to enter immortal domain. This was a Saint King from the Great Law clan. He was quite nostalgic, turning around one last time, and only then did he start to walk forward. However, something strange happened. 2 void figures silently appeared in front of the immortal gate, almost transparent. They took action at the same time, pressing forward. Pooh! The Great Law clan's Saint King cried out miserably. He actually couldn't evade, couldn't resist, and was directly killed. Who are these people? How could they silently approach a Saint King? Just how powerful are their cultivations? Everyone was shocked. It was clear that the 2 void figures had always been at the side of the Great Law clan's Saint King, hiding and not taking action. Only when they personally witnessed the miraculous scene in the immortal gate did they take action. silently killing a saint king. These two are too terrifying. Killing intent, this is heaven overflowing killing intent, comparable to an ocean. Heavens, how can there be such terrifying people, like a demon lord from hell? In the back, the people were shocked. The ancient saints that were rushing forward all stopped. All of them felt a chill run down their spine, from head to toe. They had never seen such people before. They were hidden like the void, but once they acted out, the killing intent was as dense as an azure field. After it erupted, even saints were shocked. The void figures turned real, and everyone saw two people so old that they almost turned into ghosts. Their skin was shriveled, and they were as thin as matchsticks. Their eye sockets were sunken, and their eyeballs were about to dry up. It was these two people who silently killed a saint king. Humans. They are experts of the human race. Killing Saint Chi Luo's expression changed. It's the ancestor of killing. There really are such existences in hell and the human world. The divine gate trembled, and as the two withered figures disappeared, the gate also disappeared.